starting y'all off along with my co-commentator Bio. We've got a nice little matchup coming up for y'all. Helios versus Harbor here to take us into round one. Bio, I think there's a lot of history between these two teams. I know, like just a year ago, we were calling Helios Squid Killers.
Yeah, for sure. No, I remember the days when Helios, like you said, didn't even exist. They were still called Squid Killers at the time. So it has been very nice to see their development both as a team and in terms of their public relations. But yeah, and like you said, we're gonna be seeing a pretty interesting matchup here between them and Harbor. Both teams showing off some very strong players, and honestly, I'm pretty excited to see these two teams duke it out here on our first match of the stream.
Right, there's a lot of history even between these players as well. Harbor, you might actually know better as Sonaria. Cloud, for example, played with Sonaria not too long ago. They are starting to come back into the whole movement, into the whole rotation though. But Cloud has a lot of history behind her own name, playing going as far back as Splat 2. Helios, as we mentioned earlier, still got history as Squid Killers. In fact, they won Loink a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it was exactly a year ago, or was it?
Yes, it
Or
was August
yeah,
2022.
yeah, it was low in August. So yeah, and now they're taking a fitting stepping stone, going from the low level tournament onto the mid level tournament. Well, I mean, of course they've been mid level for a while, but it is definitely very nice to see. And actually, okay, all right, we're gonna jump straight in here. The Spot Zone's Brine Water. We're already 1 minute into the game, and actually, Helios are actually kind of struggling to move in here against Harbor, but they do manage to flip the zone. Some specials coming out. That cool is gonna give them a lot of space to move forward. But Harbor is not going down without a fight. This 52 gal holding this bottom left side tries to pick a fight with some of the shooters on the side of Helios. Is going to get one and stay alive, but is now being pressured by the Wiper. Is going to get traded out. And now Harbor is slowly starting to move in off of the space that the 52 gal made. But it is still worth mentioning that they lost that they lost their pushing power, and now they have to work through a little bit of a penalty.
Pushing power there. They've got the cooler, which is just about a necessity in this day and age. And they have a lot of aggression on their hands too. All of these weapons have a lot of mobility with them. You've got the splatter shot, able to quickly pick off people, and it gets picked off themselves as they get down. They're starting to come back though. I believe that is Helios. We're taking back the zone, going down to 36 points remaining. They've got two players down. Might be able to take down one more if that tent's able to get something going. Not quite if they are going to back up a little bit, but as I said, Harbor has a lot of pushing power. Helios, though, has a lot of defensive power as well because they have that tent able to stop a lot of pushes and a lot of offensive power from Harbor. As I say that, they're trying to get the push back. They're trying to get the zone back. They go, and it goes right back to Helios, who is going to take game one.
Yeah, we did see. Yeah, we saw Harvard do a pretty, a really nice job of getting past that penalty shift. But yeah, like you said, that difference between the pushing power and the defensive power on the two teams was just a little bit too significant in the game state towards the end.
It's almost like we know what's coming from Helios. I think Harbor has been doing their homework so far, and with a map like Brinewater, you are going to need a little bit of that defensive power, even just to get back in. Because with Brinewater, the downhill section is already going to help you out. But when you have a tent like that, with and on your to give your players an opportunity to attack against an aggressive your teammates back, and we're going to head to Sturgeon Shipyard next.
Time and time again. So this is definitely on this map, and like you said, it's very back and forth. Not only also the mode, it's very dynamic in terms of the push that the teams are going to try to pull off. So definitely, so we can definitely see that defensive and offensive power that you commented on between the two teams. We can definitely see it kind of show its impact a little bit more here, and especially since we're going to be able to see a full match this time.
Yeah, and I mean, we do having that full match does help just a little bit in terms of commentary. Now, no offense, but I know back in the day, in fact, actually one time, my first time commentating, I did it straight off of my phone, and as you can tell, having that sort of smaller screen isn't exactly the best when it comes to commentary. But since then, we have upgraded up to a full monitor, so good job on my part. When I can certainly tell you that having better access to the stream does help with commentary.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, but honestly, but yeah, going back to the set here, we do see that it is since Heal is up 1-0, it is going to be a lot of pressure onto Harbor to make something happen here on game two because as you all know, this is a best of three set. So Helios is definitely going to try to drive it home here right now, but Harbor is going to make something happen if they want to stay in this set.
Yes, and as a reminder, as another reminder, we are in a double elimination format. So once, if Harbor is to lose his next match, they're going to go straight into the losers bracket. Helios stays up, and it doesn't exactly put a lot of pressure. You still have one game to burn off if you ever happen to need it. But you have to realize that once you burn off that one game, it's all of a sudden all about survival. Once you lose that first match, you have to keep winning over and over again. And most of the time, you're winning against teams. You're playing against teams that may have beaten you already, or sometimes be teams that might have lost an upset. So once they lose that upset, that burden can now turn on to you, applying just a little bit more pressure to what might already be a stressful situation.
Yeah, oh wait, actually wait, I was gonna come down the elimination, but no, we're gonna jump right in here again, a bit late, but no issue. We are gonna see Helios coming in strong here. They are going to be trying to defend, but Harbor doing a great job of moving back into mid. That Wiper is gonna try to get some value here in mid. They have the Ultra Stamp, so if they can get a target, which they will, they are going to trade with the 52 guy. Definitely useful, and that is going to give them some space to keep that tower going. Burning past the first checkpoint, they have that cooler to try and propel them into an advantageous position for that second checkpoint. They have the resources, but can they stay alive? Not quite. The range blaster goes down, the Neo Splash goes down. It's only the Zap and the Wiper alive, and not quite. They are both going to go down, but hey, an early lead of 29 is definitely nothing to sneeze at. So Helios is now going to be trying to move back into mid and see what they can pull off here as Harbor. Honestly, show a pretty nice showing right out of the gate.
An incredible push. Actually, I'm surprised it didn't end any earlier. I saw Helios having a 3v2 situation, having almost cornered in that one checkpoint right following checkpoint one. So it was very surprising to be seeing Helios struggle just a little bit, especially with the defensive capabilities we saw in the previous match. But it's starting to come back here as Harvard actually takes out a few other players, and actually I realized I mixed that up. Harbor struggling just a little bit on the defensive side, but now they're starting to show their offensive power here as they get some use out of that inkjet, trying to get that Wiper that was trying to giving a bit of a struggle, and they're giving a bit of a struggle still as they got the stamp out, gets 2 players out before they go down themselves. 3 players down now for Harbor as Helios is able to take that one back, preventing it what could have been a disastrous push as they get up to 40 remaining.
No, what? No, you got the team that's confused. Harbor is in the purple. Helios is in the green. So it was Harbor defending and Helios pushing. But yeah, regardless, we are going to be seeing Harbor once again on the offensive, but they can't quite get the mileage they need if their Zap player goes down. That is going to be a trade coming out from the range blaster, but it's not enough, and their Wiper also ends up going back to spawn to go down on the side of a Helios though. So definitely something that Harbor can work with if they're careful, but they don't see this Dynamo on the top left side. Except never mind, it's only the Dynamo left. They're the last one alive. They are going to get swiftly picked off, and now Helios are all coming back from spawn. They have no specials, and they're getting staggered as Harbor move closer and closer into their spawn, and they just keep getting these staggered picks that are just disastrous for Helios' defense and special economy. And just like that, with only the Wiper remaining, it is going to be a knockout on the side of Harbor, pitting these two teams 1-1 and putting them up for a game 3.
I have to just say that was beautiful positioning there by Harbor near the end. They're having all their players just guarding the ledges. What you had the Neo Splash guarding the ramp there, and it was beautiful watching them try to pick each other off. They're taking 2v1s, especially when one player was taking out the Neo Splash from Helios. But great job there from Harbor, making sure they had everyone in front of tower, make sure they had everyone cleaning up the path for the tower, making and getting that KO. And I think there is a lot to say about what Harbor is able to do in terms of coordination and in terms of positioning, making sure they know where to place their pieces as we head into another map that actually tests a lot of positioning skills. Rainmaker on Manta Maria, and I actually believe they'll probably be bringing the blaster back for this one. Oh my goodness, I'm already having a tongue twister. It's game 3.
Yeah, no, honestly, that range blaster could definitely be a valuable asset on Manta Maria. I mean, of course, blasters have obviously struggled throughout really all the games, but they have been seeing a bit of a resurgence in the current meta just due to the raw demand for AOE damage. You know, and that's what we've even seen machines. You know. Dead and Gone corpse beat once again. People try to make it work just because in this meta, AoE is really valuable. So people have been resorting to trying to revive Machine, going all the way to Blasters. So Range Blaster could definitely see a lot of value on this map if their player plays it right. And based on what we saw in the last match, I definitely have a lot of faith in that they could get the value that they need to make their weapon stand out.
The goal for Helios here is to make sure they don't stagger themselves. I saw it a little bit at the end of game 2. As soon as they started staggering themselves, Harbor again with their positioning skills and the way they were able to communicate and make sure they got in front of the tower and make sure they know who was dropping it down and from where. Helios needs to make sure they stick together. They need to regroup and recapture themselves as we head into game 3, hoping that Helios. Harbor actually got 2 dualies and it ends out.
Specifically that Dynamo and that Tenebrella, but Harbor, even though some of their weapons on their own are a lot more mainstream, this combination is not something you see every day, and it does seem to be struggling a little bit as Helios are able to get a lot more getting 2 picks onto Harbor and beelining the first checkpoint. They are able to push down a few of their players, but it looks like they go strong as those 2 go down. Helios have quite a few specials online and have a ton of skills in Harbor. We are already grinding down to protecting the Rainmaker and letting them push all the way to 17, and with 2 players down inside Harbor, the push is far from over. Helios still determined to make it work. They already go down to a nice destruction box, and one of them will be reset, but the Dynamo is still all up in Harbor's business. They're not letting them go anywhere. 3 down is clear to catch it alive, and Harbor is struggling to beat these guys. That's this defense pocket and gets some every chance that they have to do it.
Chance to take that Rainmaker back to the enemy territory, but Harbor has to find a way to break through his defense here. Harbor has a lot of aggressive capabilities with them, but they have to move forward. Losing their drop down like that. Floops is able to clean it up. 2 down, 2 players go down for Harbor, 3 players go down for Helios. Harbor might have an opportunity here to get things going once again. Something they've been struggling on so far in offense. They've gone down to 17 remaining. Helios have been able to get the better of them, but the best of them so far. They got the best of them. They actually got the players talking to cool it down. Tenebrella is able to clean that up. And to Swinford from Helios, Swinford from Harbor
eventually Helios securing them a spot in the next round of this double elimination tournament and sending Harbor to the depths of reaching.
Wow, that is a totally different Helios team we saw on game 2. That was, again, 3 minutes where Harbor struggled to get past the middle line. That's a lot of time, especially in a game like Splatoon where you have to constantly be moving. That's where Helios excelled. They were able to get the better of Harbor, making sure they had all of the defensive weapons necessary to prevent those pushes from happening. Helios locking it down as if it was Tower Control and Sturgeon Shipyard, treating Manta Maria like a lockout map. But again, gotta give some kudos to Harbor. They did very well, especially in game 2. Again, I have to commend them for how well they were able to position themselves, making sure they stayed in front of the tower. Ultimately, though, Helios wins game 3 and is going to be moving on to round 2 of Winner's Bracket.
Yeah, honestly, like we were saying, Helios, even though that Dynamo was putting out a lot of work, especially on that game 3, Harbor uh, it was honestly the biggest fault of Harbor. I mean, honestly, they had the tools that they needed to deal with Dynamo. They had Quad, Suction Bomb, and of course, some of those specials were great for dealing with a slow and sluggish weapon such as Dynamo. But of course, it was also just how many raw picks that Dynamo was getting, just going completely unchecked, and of course, the skill of the player using it really did not disappoint. But yeah, we're gonna be going on a short break as we set up round 2. We'll be right back, folks. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to Level Up number 3. My name is Bio. I'm joined here by Nito, and we just passed through our first stream set of the night. That very close game 3 between Helios and Harbor. But now it is the dawn of the new age, and we are going to be seeing these two new teams, Pony Strikes versus Crossfire.
Right, and you might actually remember Pony Strikes, another Lowlink winner, in fact. Pony Strikes, following the streak of past Lowlink winners we've seen so far, started off with Helios. Pony Strikes won as Squid Strikes back in April 2023. It's going to be the same roster, but of course, they've changed the roster just a little bit, so maybe it's not the same. That was completely unredundant, but you know what? This is going to be the similar roster with a few friends. And we're going to see how these friends do in the first match of round 2 taking to Cambridge on Zoom Battlefield.
Yeah, honestly, in this game, I'm not gonna lie, I love it. But I am very excited to see the Clamblitz on Museum. Like I said, it's much more interesting. Crossfire is back in the game. Could make something happen if they can get the picks that they need. It's not gonna happen, but this is still a very stressful neutral between these two teams right here.
I will say the Zuka you were looking for is actually Squid Strikes. Squid Strikes popped the Zuka, and they're going to be the one in purple. Crossfire is going to be the one in yellow. But you're all right, Crossfire did pop an Ink Zuka. I saw it on the corner of the map there. So not all is lost. However, Squid Strikes right now, or Pony Strikes rather, still looking for a way in. Crossfire has that clam at their disposal. They spin out the Kraken. They did get one pick. Now they get two as a result of the Kraken. They've got two picks now. Pony Strike's going to have to rely on the Wave Breaker. They do get one pick off. Not sure where that came from, but they do have a lot of defensive power, especially with that E-Leader looking right behind them, overlooking their attacks, their pushes, especially the one coming from the machine, looking to suppress that attack from Crossfire as they try to find a way back in. You start to see they actually have very similar comps here. The only difference between both of them is that Crossfire is running a NZAP and Pony Strikes is running a V-Leader, but Crossfire is also running a sneaky play there to get to 40 remaining. That is 3 power clams, taking him up to 40 remaining as we get into the halfway point, then delivering the first strike on Pony Strikes.
Yeah, wait, no. This one for Pony Strikes is in the yellow, right?
Pony Strikes is in the purple, Crossfire is in the yellow.
But yeah, honestly, really impressive play coming out from Crossfire, and now it's up to Pony Strikes to try and bring this back. 2 minutes remaining is definitely enough to pull something off of this magnitude. And with 2 players down, 3 players down now, 4 players down on the center of Crossfire. This is a complete wipeout. A lot of points being scored, already down to 40, and with a few more clams in, this could be the lead for Pony Strikes, especially if they had to pick onto the splash on the side of Crossfire. That is going to be the lead. 22 points. Of Pony Strikes, and Crossfire slowly starting to get it. It's only the splatter shot left on the side of Pony Strikes, and Crossfire is going to be able to just barely hold on to their spot in this game, but wow, what an explosive push to come back on the side of Pony Strike. You were saying that Crossfire's push was definitely going to make it difficult for them, but they just came in and put those boards right back in the hell. That push to 16 was definitely insane.
That was, and the way Pony Strikes were managing those clans for a minute, it was starting to look like Pony Strikes was gonna have a push eerily similar to Crossfire, but I saw them just at the top of the map there, managing their clams, making sure they got some up into the spinner area, making sure they had some to continue the push that they started, and they got them just 16 points remaining. Well done there by Pony Strikes. Remember, clan management is one of the most important things, one of the most important skills you can have in a clan blitz match, and that's exactly what Pony Strikes is doing so well, and this E-Leader is doing these shots so well, taking out 2 players now. Front may get 3, might make it a quad if we can get to take care of that booyah right as it lands, not quite able to, but still able to get the breakthrough to the power plant. The E-Leader is going to miss the jump, just barely missing out on getting another knockout in early. As they get to 13 points remaining, keeping the basket open. This could be it for Crossfire. No, it's not. The game is going to give them one last chance, but they're going to need to move fast because Clams overtime is a very dangerous spot to be in.
Yeah, halfway through overtime, Crossfire need to push in right now if they want a chance. They're running out of time. They need to jump this in, but it's not going to happen. They're going to try to throw their power plant in, but even though we touched the basket, not quite going to give them a chance by mere frames, really, or just seconds of the power plant opening, of the basket opening. That's gotta be an unfortunate way to go out, but that is going to be Pony Strike taking game 1 of this best of 3 set.
Oh man, and that's why you cannot leave it to Clan Blitz overtime. It becomes a much more volatile situation. It seems like the overtime timer just goes down even faster as you try to make those pushes. But for Crossfire, it just didn't work out, even though they had just about everything. They had the Kraken that they were able to jump to. But again, just not enough time. But Pony Strikes here, I still have to give them credit for that clan management. Clan management being something that's so easily overlooked, especially in the heat of battle. Pony Strikes, though, keeping it together, making sure they can give each of their players clams to work with to keep the push going. So we're going to see how that plays into splat zones on Hagglefish Market. You don't have that objective management because objectives all in one single spot here.
Yeah, Splat Zones is going to be a nice change of pace compared to Clan Blitz. Like you said, the objective is extremely centralized, probably the most in the entire game. You know, it's fixed. There's no way to get around it. It's not like Clan Blitz that you can get off some of those sneaky plays that we saw Crossfire pull off. You know, that power clam jump all the way to 40. It's not going to fly here on Splat Zones. So we're going to be seeing a lot more of an honest game plan coming from these two teams. So I'm honestly really curious to see, and especially, I think we're going to be seeing quite a few comp changes because, especially with those 96 gals that we saw on both teams, I don't think they're as effective here on Splatzones as they are on Clan Blitz. Kraken is a top tier special on Clan Blitz. It's really useful to have, especially when you want to go for those cheesy plays like we saw Crossfire do. But on Splat Zones, you just have to bank on the raw aggressive potential of the special, and that's a lot of times not too consistent. So we might be seeing these two teams swap off of those 96 cal decos in favor of something a little bit more Splat Zones friendly, so to speak.
Yeah, if anything, they're going to be continuing. I feel like they continue the gals, but it's going to be up to the 52 gal because 52 gal, I think, has seen more increased usage throughout comp. It started, actually, I don't even know where it started, but it must have been with the splash wall. The splash wall being a hot commodity here because of how much you're able to do with it. Just as long as you stand back, let the splash wall take care of it, and you're able to run around, take care of the opponents yourselves. I think it makes an appearance here in Splat Zone Tacklefish. I think the E-Leader comes back from Pony Strikes as well, or actually from Pony Strikes, because they had the E-Leader, and I was actually raving about it earlier. So that's it's kind of on me for forgetting. Great job, me. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be at least one 52 gal that makes an appearance. I think they keep most of their weapons, and in fact, We might even see a T-Tech come out because T-Tech is going to be very useful if they want to get themselves back in the game or push or possibly push themselves up even further.
Yeah, but not only the T-Tech, we could also see something that we saw in our last stream match. That Neo Splash is definitely very scary in the right hands. It has some of the same attributes as that T-Tech, as that Tenantech Splatter Shot. It has a nice bomb. It has those tri-strikes to move in, but it has a lot more consistent output of them and quite a bit more pain in exchange for a little bit less fighting power. But honestly, if you balance that out with some of the other weapons in your composition, that's not that big of a problem. So if these two teams want to go that tri-strike route, a Neo Splash Nomadic could definitely be something we could be seeing here.
We want to look at some results across the board here. Octopi currently leading GG Watson. Octopi coming in as the #1 seed. I think we're certainly stuck at about 0-1 for most games. Elongated and Axis Row currently tied right now, actually. We Love Ciara making it quick action here against and We Love Ciara, I believe, is a pickup here. We got a lot of names here, actually. Pincher, Luna from what was formerly Sia, Gus being one of my favorite content creators so far, and no bias there because they play Tri-Slosher. Anyway, there was one I was about to talk about. There we go. 5th Gen doing a great as a brush player. So lots of fun stuff going around the bracket as we head into game 2, watching our own fun stuff happen right before our eyes at Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, already here we're seeing a few composition changes, but shockingly, we are going to be seeing what I believe is Crossfire or no, Pony. I'm sorry, I forgot the colors again. But we are still going to be seeing that 96 day upon one of these teams. You know, honestly, at least I was half correct. We did see one of the teams switch off of that 96 in favor of quite a big composition. That Slosher is going to be quite useful on getting some of that more aggressive position that these two teams might want to battle off. But honestly, what we're seeing is Pony like already with a very strong neutral game, holding on, but they are starting to slip. Adds the machine on the right side of Crossfire, gets 2. Let's get leads up on a 3rd, and now finally the neutral game has been broken, and Crossfire is setting up a strong build with this machine at the forefront.
It's important to know that they actually switched the 96 yaw they were using. Earlier they were using the Delta, now they switched off to the vanilla 96 yaw. That one having a heat back, and I'm sure it's going to come into great use here as they try to get another push back in. Whereas as Crossfire is able to trying to get another push back in. Pony Strikes using those specials to their advantage, using that sort of firepower to their advantage as well. So they're able to take themselves back into the game because the front of zone is actually littered with ink mines right now. There's one that goes off. Actually, Elio goes off now, taking 1 pick off of Crossfire's team. Still in control here as we head to 26 points remaining. The Inkzuka's coming out, 3 specials coming out now, I believe, for Crossfire as they're able to take back control of the zone, preventing themselves from getting into a dire situation as Crossfire looks to get themselves back in, but Pony Strikes might be putting an end to that.
Yeah, Crossfire, they do get slapped with that penalty. 50-something points is definitely a low down their advance. But with the way they're playing and the struggle that it could just not be caught. And this Leah bomb is actually going to put quite a bit of pressure onto the end that gets a pick onto them. 3 down now on the side of Pony Strike. It's Crossfire still going strong, and they now only have 50 points of penalty and counted. And honestly, Pony Strike is now in open. We've seen off all the time. That dagger is going to be devastating, and even though the Trizuka gets 2 down, 3 down now on the side of Pony Strike, it's still going to make it difficult for them to do anything, and with only the Slosher trying to paint over the zone, which is not its strong suit, Pony Strikes is going to be taking, sorry about that. Crossfire is going to be taking game 2.
No, you were right. Pony Strikes did just win that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, folks. It's still the colors.
It's all good. This is why most streams have 2 commentators. But I mean, regardless, you are right. Pony Strikes takes game two, and since that is a best of three, they're going to head straight into round three. Well done job there by Pony Strikes, showing a lot of dominance throughout these last two games, especially on the forefront of just keeping that paint, especially on the topic of keeping that paint down. I saw it in both of their games, especially in splat zones on Hagglefish Market, making sure they can push themselves back up and having the specials necessary for it. That might just be why they brought out that ink back there. So kudos to Pony Strikes. We're going to be waiting to see what they can do later on, and Crossfire is going to have themselves a nice little trip down to the losers bracket, but there's still a lot to see from them, as I believe Crossfire is going to be facing against Harvard. So actually, we just saw both of these teams play. So gonna be nice to see what goes on there.
But yeah, like we saw on the previous set before this, we are going to be taking a short break to set up our next stream match. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Level Up 3. There's been 3 of them, which is suggested by the name, apparently. Oh well. So, we're heading into round 3 of Level Up 3, the Backyardigans versus We Love Ciara. I know who the Backyardigans are, or at least the show anyway. And I do know the players. This seems to be a nice little pickup here consisting of a few names you may have heard around the board. Squeak, of course, I think Squeak I remember from Power Rank, from Kraken, United, Surskit, Weem, lots of names you'll remember here. We Love Ciara. This also seems to be a little mishmash of names here. Gus and Luna from I think Gus actually joins. I believe Gus joined Octopi at some point, or is at least involved in a lot with Octopi. Luna formerly from. Give me a second. See ya. There you go. Yeah. See ya. And Pincher currently on Spate Esports, a nice little sponsor team they've got going on there. So yeah, you got like a nice little mix mash of players here.
Yeah, and honestly, we're seeing these two teams have like some really strong players, and honestly, a lot of the players on We Love Ciara are some upcoming high level players that have gotten a lot of recent results that are kind of making their name known around those parts. Of course, Luna and Gus just won Paddling Pool, and 5th Gen has quite a 5th Gen and Pincher, as a matter of fact, have quite a few results under their belt. So We Love Ciara are definitely one of those up and comers that want to make a name for themselves. And it's honestly going to be really interesting seeing them face off against the Backyardians, see if they can show off some of their skills that they want to bring into the high level scene and yeah, strike it out on their own here and level up.
And if there's any place to jumpstart those results, it's going to be here because, like you said, these teams are equal. I think there's a lot of high level skill in these teams. It wasn't too long ago that we were looking at people like Squeak starting to be some prospects just hiding in low level. I know 5th Gen was one of those as well, and they're starting to get a few results, like you said. Pincher for the longest time also in that same spot. Luna, I believe we knew for the longest time for their Trizookas, so maybe not too much of a low key prospect. Definitely not definitely on people's radars for a long while now. But actually, you know what? The more I look at their name, the more I start to think, who's Ciara? We're gonna need to take this to Wikipedia. I don't actually know who Ciara is, and I feel like I'm going to get roasted at some point on Twitter. So let me go ahead and just do some research here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's half the charm of some of these pickup names. You know, there are some very interesting stuff they don't know. But hey, if you figure out what Ciara is, maybe you can figure out why they're so enthusiastic.
All right. Let's see. Wikipedia is telling me Ciara is an American singer. All right, off to a great start. I didn't actually know this until I looked it up. So, oops. Songwriter, businesswoman, dancer, model, and actress, does just about everything. So I'm sure I could have missed her at some point. So again, I guess we all love Ciara. In fact, but still have to give a little bit more credit to the Backyardigans here because I don't know. I've seen more of the Backyardigans than I have from Ciara. No offense to Ciara. Again, I know you're probably a great singer. I just haven't listened to any of your music.
Yeah. No, unfortunately, we can't say that we have a lot of experience with Ciara. But hey, maybe we'll see some of that passion for the American singer come up here on the battlefield, and we are going to see that happen as we go straight into our game one. Scorch Gorge and the Backyardigans showing up with aggressive yet backline based composition that those Tetras and that Blaster are going to be playing off of each other very, very well. While We Love Ciara have their players on their weapons. Gus, of course, on the Tri-Slot, Luna on that splatter shot, and of course that Scamper and that Jet to just finish things off. But it doesn't seem to be working out too well for them as they go 3 down. It's only Sipchen alive with that Jet Squelcher, and the Backyardigans are going to get set up for a strong opening push here as We Love Ciara don't quite manage to get the confidence of a but there's going to be 3 going down outside of the Backyardigans. It's only the Charger left alive, which is going to get pressured by the Jet Squelcher, and should be the end of the
And Surskit right there on a weapon. They are very well known for that. That's a signature blaster coming out from Surskit. But apart from that, We Love Ciara currently off to a bit of a hasty start here as the Backyardigans are able to get the best of them, getting that push out right from the beginning, from the get-go. But We Love Ciara looking to rebound there, squeezing it back up just a little bit more, allowing his teammates an opportunity to reboot, uses those surprise strikes in order to get them slowed down. Doesn't seem to be working though, because We Love Ciara is going to make a beeline straight for the checkpoint. That ink back coming in clutch, as Gus could have been in a sticky situation there. They're going up to 60 remaining, takes the lead. They're going up to 46 remaining, extending that lead just ever so further as the We Love Ciara making yet another opening statement here. And they're able to take down 2 players, might be 3, make it 3 for the Stamper there, as they're able to take down 3 players, stopping that defense from the Backyardigans, making sure We Love Ciara gets themselves back on the driver's seat.
Wow, those guys in the Stamper really putting in a lot of work, and the Backyardigans are on the back foot. Not only have they lost their lead, but they're also trying to fight against the Tri-Zuka, which is extremely scary. And of course, the Stamper coming in from downtown, and look at those combos. Going a queen kick onto the backline on the side of the Backyardigans, and getting just not stopping yet, getting pick after pick after pick with that main weapon, and opening up yet more space and more time for We Love Ciara to keep on pushing this. And we're going to be seeing the vacuum put in so much value, get so many points for the Rainmaker, for their team, and that's going to be a lead extension to 26, which on a map like this is super.
Yes, there is a lot of opportunities here, and it actually goes, the more opportunities you have, go even lower the farther you go into the enemy territory. Because once you get that, when you're approaching that sort of 30-20 remaining stage, you're starting to get yourself into narrow openings here, especially on Scorched Gorge. You have basically only one avenue of getting yourself in, so it's very useful for We Love Ciara to get that sort of push in for their team, as they're going to extend their territory just a little bit further. After the Backyardigans failed to get a push going, or get a push going past the checkpoint there, and actually failed to get 3 players going there. As they get down, as We Love Ciara gets a triple on the Backyardigans, they're starting to look for another push there, getting their defense, getting their offensive pieces ready. That Stamper looks ready to go. They pop the Zipcaster, and we're going to see how far that Zipcaster can get them. Trying to get a few picks on the board. Isn't able to before they're forced to jump back out. And it's all up to We Love Ciara to get themselves going yet again, so they can get themselves even deeper into enemy territory. With a minute left on the clock, the Backyardigans still have yet to find a response.
And honestly, that type of player is just going to be able to call it out a little bit, getting a pick onto the Rainmaker, pressuring Vixen, but not going to happen. It's only the Blaster left alive on the side of the Backyardigans. We Love Ciara have a ton of space here if they want to move in. It is going to be Vixen running it, trying to get it. I know, it's disadvantageous for the Backyardigans, pressuring them. They're going to have to use that bubble to just keep We Love Ciara at bay. And Gus still going, actually extends the lead to 20. And with less than 30 seconds remaining, and We Love Ciara showing no sign of backing off. This might just be the final nail in the coffin. And with the Stamper shield just all up in the Backyardigans hitting it, penetrating with the blaster, but it doesn't quite matter. The Tri-Zuka comes out from Luna, doesn't get any picks, but a lot of space is covered once again. The Rainmaker reset. It is going to be popped. It is going to be grabbed by the Backyardigans, giving them overtime, but Gus has something to say about it. It's not going to happen. The pick does not come through, but overtime is ticking, and We Love Ciara are just committed to keeping this, but there's a shark on this side, and Luna, once again, with her famous sharks that we've seen all over Twitter, is going to be able to pull off the overtime pick onto the Rainmaker and securing game one for We Love CR?
Oh man, you have to be doing your research on your opponents because you can't let sneaky plays like that stop a huge, what could have been a monumental push if the Backyardigans got it right. And again, you just have to be checking those extra spots because we saw Gus make a play to get themselves up to 20 remaining, just strengthening that lead. Of course, it's not going to get them too far in because they did so well, making so well suppressing the offense from the Backyardigans, making sure they didn't have a single opportunity to sneak themselves back in. And again, going back to that principle of just movable objectives, it's going to be interesting to see how they keep that going when we head into game two, Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, game two, honestly, very interesting map mode combo. We don't see this too much. It's normally outshined by, it's normally overshadowed by some other modes on this map that are more popular, namely Splatfest and Rainmaker. But it is definitely nice to see Clamblitz come up every once in a while. And honestly, since this is a returning Splatoon 2 map, these two teams might have some experience with it. But again, this is not a map mode combo we saw a lot, even in Splatoon 2. So this might be a little bit unfamiliar for some of these players.
I know that if any of these teams are going to have experience, it's going to be the Backyardigans. You see Surskit, at least Surskit and Squeak both being Splatoon 2 veterans in their own right. Again, I mentioned Kraken United and Power Inc. earlier. This team boasts a lot of experience in Splatoon 2, so if they can bring that back into game 3, or game 2 rather, they can do a lot of damage here. And we're going to see how both of these teams stack up as we head into the game 2. The Backyardigans pulling out a lot of interesting picks here. The Carbon Roller actually makes an appearance, and We Love CR not making any major changes to their lineup. It's going to be more of the same. Painter now on the shot, and Miyu keeping that stamper that has worked out so well for them.
Yeah, and moving in here, we see the Tripper on the side of the backyard. Pushing this right side, they are going to get pressured by the Trifox on the side of We Love Ciara, and he's going to get picked and actually stay alive. That's two down on the side of the backyard again. We Love Ciara showing no signs of stopping with this nice advantage, popping that cooler and that vacuum to get a smooth straight to the basket. The Kaizuka on the side of Real Star is going to look for some value. Not quite going to get it, but that Tetra is going to be on top of them just to punish them. And with no more clams being scored, of course the 65 is going to be all that We Love CR is going to get. And with this Carbon Roller, things are not looking too hot for them. It's definitely not a bad thing, but it's definitely leaving a lot.
And as you said, from the Carbon Roller, so they're trying to get another few picks on the board. So they're currently serving as a skirmisher, not quite being as aggressive to seek those picks out, but at least making sure they can keep We Love CR at bay for the time being. As that Neo Splash keeps trying to get themselves into a little bit of trouble. They actually go 2 down, 3 down. Now this could be a dangerous fight. This is a dangerous position, but they do get the jump out in time. However, We Love CR getting themselves some more points on the board. If they get this 69 remaining, they get 56 remaining. If they're able to sneak a few more clams on the board, one few more from Miyu gets themselves up to 47 remaining, but they get tripled from the Backyardigans as they have to find a spot to find a response and have to find it soon, else they can find themselves in the very same position they were in game 1.
Yeah, then this Carbon Roller putting in some work once again, sneaking in, gets a clean pick onto Pinker on the side of We Love Ciara. Very, very pick right there. And the Backyardigans are taking advantage of some opportunity to surprise Luca from the Carbon. Find the Stamper player. That could be massive, and especially as the Backyardigans are just going to ignore this vacuum and up an inkjet on the top left side gets the value. Isolate the shot player behind enemy lines. Not what you want to see. They're going to get quickly picked by the Carbon Roller, but the barrier closes. And now the Backyardigans' momentum, no matter how many picks they got, is now going to be slowed down drastically with no more clams to score, and of course the basket closing in on itself. Now We Love CR have a great opportunity to move back into mid and establish some distance.
Now, they do narrow the lead down for We Love. They do narrow the lead down, making themselves closer to catching up to We Love Ciara. But remember what I talked about in round 2, that clan management becomes somewhat more of a necessity the later you get into the game. And it's very easy to overlook, especially when you're in this dire of a situation. But it doesn't look, it's going to look like they're going to be in an even more dire situation. They got 2 players down now. They might get 3 down now. If it's going to be if the Zipcats are able to say about it, unfortunately, not enough there, but they do get a few more points on the board, at least able to reduce the penalty marker. They go down to 44 points remaining. They get 2 players down, and the Backyardigans are yet again looking at this dire situation where they have to find a response to how well We Love Ciara has been doing on the offensive side of things. They need to have more clans, and they need to have that clan management as well. That's why they're only at 77 remaining for the time being. They get 2 players down, and 2 players down for now for the Backyardigans. So looking at a 2v2 here, as it's going to be a bit of a skirmish there between the Carbon Roller and the Stamper. They are able to save the clan for We Love Ciara. They actually get 2 players down as well. The Protectors are going to be in a little bit of trouble there, as they're able to just barely escape the danger there with 1 minute left on the clock.
But honestly, that was a huge danger averted by We Love Ciara. The Backyardigans have a lot of power plants set up. The Carbon Roller is going to win the fight against the shot player, trying to get a second. I don't think that's not going to happen. But with 45 seconds remaining and no power plants on the board for them, the Backyardigans are kind of in a bind. They have that pick. Should get on it quick. The time is ticking, and We Love Ciara is showing no signs of letting up. They're gonna camp this jump on defense. Not what they hope for, but it is gonna get the job done. 2 down now. Once again on the front, the Backyardigans is gonna give We Love Ciara an opening straight to the basket. They're gonna try and open it. The Carbon Roller gets some takes as well the momentum, but the 2 power plants go in, and that's a 14 is not what you want to see if you're the Backyardigans.
And this is something We Love Ciara has been able to do so well during these previous few games, making sure they keep their foot on that gas pedal here, making sure they give the Backyardigans more opportunities for openings. They get 1 player down from the long shot. Tryzuka, they get 2 players down. Now both teams looking at a 2v2. Can they get the clam in time? It's overtime's quickly running out. No one's able to save that clam. We Love Ciara takes game 2. Oh my goodness, the Backyardigans keep looking for those openings, keep trying to make those openings happen, but it's not enough. We Love Ciara keeps themselves on top heading into game 3, where they can quite possibly see a clean sweep.
Yeah, and now, sure, a best of 5 is longer than a best of 3, so there is still another opportunity for the Backyardigans to bring this back, but with We Love Ciara on match point, they are going to be forced to go for reverse sweep, which, if you're a comp player, you know how ugly that can be, how difficult that can be, and especially with all the respect, the dominance that We Love Ciara has been showing on these 2 maps. The Backyardigans are going to have a daunting task ahead of them.
I mean, it's not like We Love Ciara has been KOing them the last few games. It's been, I believe both of these games have been able to go down to at least, actually, yeah, both of these games have been able to go down to overtime. So it's not like We Love Ciara is completely stuffing the Backyardigans' defense here. It's not like they've completely stopped it. The Backyardigans have seen their openings, and they've even gotten the lead a few times. I know, especially in Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, they started off with a pretty decent push, getting themselves past the Rainmaker checkpoint. So it's not like the Backyardigans are completely stumped on offense here. They have what it takes to make those plays happen. The only thing that's missing for them, quite potentially, is making sure they have the coordination for those pushes, making sure they have the resources necessary. So far, it was the Carbon Roller last game, trying to find those sort of offensive openings, or at least trying to make them happen, but they cannot be doing it alone. They have to make sure they have some backing up here. Luckily, though, Splat Zones on Umami is coming up next. That's going to be a bit more of a relaxed situation for them, as, again, we have that sort of stationary objective. So there's a lot more team play needed here to make sure they can keep themselves on top of the zone.
Yeah, Umami Zone, like you said, is going to be a really interesting strat pick, but honestly, what I'm really curious about seeing is if if the mental on the side of the Backyardigans is going to be able to hold for a game three, because we all know one of the biggest parts of competing is not necessarily your mechanics, not necessarily your teamwork, but your mental. How focused you can stay in the face of adversity, uh, and with Wheel of Ciara on match point, it cannot be pretty for the Backyardigans. And so now we're going to be seeing them actually switching up a little bit with that bamboo to give them a bit of a different flavor of the Wheel of Ciara, of course, taking to their tried and true, but it is going to be showing to have some craft as the player gets clean pick onto the stand straight out of the gate, but they are no for on the side of Wheel of Ciara, the vacuum moving in and putting a ton of pressure onto the Backyardigans. Wheel of Ciara already getting a second time line aside from that vacuum, that polar, that tries to go, but not as much value are going to be generated from that as the root slider gets popped people down inside of Wheel of Ciara. 3 down, but delayed right, and now the Backyardigans finally are in the driver's seat.
This could be an unseen benefit to having that sort of bamboozler on your side. But now you have a chip damage weapon with one full charge, that bamboo can do 85 damage, and just any follow-up from any teammate, any weapon here can follow up very decently with that bamboo if played correctly. So there's a lot of opportunity for team player, and I think that's what they've been missing so far. They've been doing pretty well with it. They've got the lead right now, but We Love Ciara is quickly moving in to make sure they can take that lead and reduce it to nothing, as they've got 2 players down there on the Backyardigans. That bamboo is going down along with the charger, so that the Tetris there, the snipes there from the Inkzuka. Very well done there as they go past 70 remaining. This is going to be the lead change for We Love Ciara. This could very well be the beginning of the end for the Backyardigans if they don't find a response soon.
He is taking down the nearing a knockout position. It is going to be a trade, but the fact of the bamboo goes down and with the crew getting popped by just on the left side is going to allow them to get a lot of aggressive potential, which is just what they need to hold this zone right now. And of course, if they go down, they have that quick respawn and that's going to come back in spades. The vacuum is going to keep the Backyardigans from having the zones and flipping it, and with just almost 15 points remaining, now Wheel of Ciara just to hold on for a little bit longer. The Sampler still installing on this left side. Yes, again, launch the Reef Fighter. That's just what we needed to see. 2 down the side of the Backyardigans. Wheel of Ciara still holding strong. Just 8 points remaining. With a little portable up on the top side, trying desperately to make something happen, to make sparks fly. It's just celebrating 3 down the side of the Backyardigans. Wheel of Ciara getting wipe out, celebrating with some booyahs with that Zipcaster, and just like that, We Love Ciara sweep this set with a clean 3-0 win.
Well, I hope Ciara, the American singer, songwriter, businesswoman, dancer, model, and actress, is watching this, because that is a very well done tribute to her, doing 3-0 against the Backyardigans and doing so well, making sure they can keep the Backyardigans in disarray as they're able to take full advantage of how mechanically skilled the Stamper is, the Zukas are, and how well that Inkvac did, especially against the Backyardigans. I saw at one point during the 3rd game, they're able to suppress them, making sure they can't find a way back in, just like straight up aiming the back at 2 people, right at 2 people, keeping. And the problem with the Backyardigans is that they weren't able to find that sort of team synergy there, the team coordination to keep things going. They very well could have made a play in the middle there in sort of what was a dire situation for them near the end. They could have made a play down the middle, but unfortunately, they just got picked off one by one, and that spelled the end for the Backyardigans there. Well done to We Love Ciara, who takes game 3 and moves on.
Yeah, wow. And honestly, especially at the very end, we saw some people in chat saying it. That's camper play coming out from Jade was definitely something. Was definitely a sight to us to behold. And congratulations to Wheel of CR for taking this set. And we're gonna be setting up the next set in this stream really quick after a short break. So we'll be right back, folks. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, to Level Up number 3. My name is Bio, once again back, but here I am back with a different commentator duo. I'm here with Drumar, who is going to be helping me with a few more sets here in this stream. Drumar, tell us a little bit about you and what we're going to be seeing between these two teams, Octopi versus Take Your Meds.
Alright, Bios. Lovely to be here on Level Up. This is actually my first time commentating for Level Up, so I'm pretty excited. But I've been on multiple different commentary channels as well. I've been on CTA, of course, as well as Minnow Cup a few times, so branching out to a different tournament is always a different experience and it's a lot of fun. But between this match and Octopi and Take Your Meds, I don't recognize that many names. However, I recognize two names on Take Your Meds from Brisso, of course, an amazing commentator as well as Greg Guru. I do recognize that name as well. So I'm really excited to see what happens between both these teams.
Yeah, but honestly, I mean, of course, Take Your Med's a very strong team, but the talk of the town is Octopi. Definitely one of the fastest rising teams in the community right now. They've been proving their worth again and again and again, especially with the recent win in paddling, shaking up the scene. So this is a very, very formidable team that is looking to push their skill even further here in level up, and we're going to be seeing them go up against like you said, Drumar, a pretty well established high level team. So I'm personally really curious to see how this match shapes up to be.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be really exciting. Looking at the map list, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, our first map will be Clamplets on Inkblot, I believe. I hope I am reading that correctly. Clamplets on Inkblot is you see that a little bit. It's not like one you will never see. It's not like Wahoo World where you're never going to see it on a map rotation. You see Inkblot pretty often. Not often do you see it on Clams, but it's not the most uncommon. Definitely a decent fan of it. It's probably one of the better Clamblets modes.
Oh,
but yeah, what do you want to say about it?
Well, no, pretty much more or less what you were saying. Clamblets Inkblot, like a lot of other map mode combos that we've seen a few times on the stream, it's not something you see too often, just because it's overshadowed by the most popular picks, specifically Tower Control Inkblot and Tower Control Inkblot and Splat Zones Inkblot. They're just kind of modes that the competitive community seems to gravitate more towards, but it is always a nice change of pace to be able to see these more unorthodox modes being played on the fan favorite maps such as Inkblot. And it's going to be really cool to see what these two teams bring out on this map that doesn't see a whole lot of use.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really exciting. And what else can you say about like all the other modes in the game or any map modes that we may see in the future in this tournament?
Well, honestly, I'm looking forward to see if we can see some more fan favorites that have been around for a good while. We saw, for example, Clam Museum, which has been a staple of Splatoon 3 ever since its release in the competitive community. So we saw the two teams be really comfortable on it in the past few sets. So I'm pretty interested to see if we're gonna be seeing that come out, or a map such as that's so familiar for these two teams in this set, and that'll definitely switch the dynamics, because that amount of comfort is gonna change the way they play. They're not so uncertain. They're a little bit more comfortable, and they know how to play these maps. So it'll definitely lead to a different dynamic compared to, say, a much more recent and unorthodox.
Yeah, definitely. Clamblets is not my personal favorite mode. Honestly, it's towards the bottom half of modes in this game for me personally. It takes a lot more team coordination, I'd say, than the other modes. Keeping aware of your team's clams, your positioning, who has a power clan, who doesn't, and everything like that. It's definitely more team focused than other modes. like slot zones where you just push up constantly and just have control of the zone and then push up towards the enemy base. You really gotta be one with your team in this mode.
Yeah, yeah, and of course, we've seen a lot of the criticism from Clan Blitz ever since the state beat on Splatoon 2 come mostly from solo queue, just because the mode requires probably the most amount of coordination, and but in a competitive stance, it definitely has a bit of a leg up, just because it has proven to be a bit more quote unquote balanced, so to speak, and you have that coordination to make up for some of that stuff you can't find in solo queue. So it is definitely pretty nice to have for a lot of these competitive settings. But yeah, and I'm pretty interested to see what we might come out with, because we've seen a lot of different strategies come out on Clan Blitz. Everything from vacuums running up to the basket to mass power climb jumps to a flanking Kraken or a Zipcaster flank, right? So there's a lot of stuff you can do on this one. It gives teams a lot of flexibility to really show off their personalities in the way they play.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a lot of fun. So while both of these teams are hopefully getting ready for their match, I'm probably going to go over a brief how both these teams got here so far. Both teams did have a bye in round 1. The Octopie's first match was a 2-0 win against GG Wasn't. I believe I'm saying that correctly. I hope I am. And Take Your Meds also 2-0 to Trip Hazard in their first game. And then Octopi later went to a 3-1 match against Fairy Lights, and Take Your Meds won a 3-1 match against Ponies the Strikes. Again, I hope I'm saying that correctly. Both of these teams are still in the winner's bracket, so it's very exciting to see which one of these is going to advance and which one would end up in losers.
Yeah, and of course we can't forget the stance of this set. This is winner semifinals, so we're reaching the latter half of the tournament where we're starting to see the cream of the crop really emerge and be shown here on stream. After this, it's winners finals and then grand. So things are definitely starting to heat up, and we're gonna see some of that energy start off here. Between these teams. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how that energy is gonna continue on, not only through this set, but also as we move on to probably to the pinnacles of the tournament, winners finals and grands, of course.
Yes, definitely. Something different about tournaments like these. Most of the time, tournaments I've commentated for have been typically low-level, low-ink eligible teams, and pushing into mid-level teams, it's probably going to play a lot differently. Teams are probably more coordinated and know more about, have more game knowledge, I would definitely say. But yeah, it's definitely going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and actually speaking of that shift between low level to some of the other skill levels, such as mid level and high level, we're going to be seeing that happen very, very soon. Not necessarily in this tournament, but of course to the talk of the town, the brand, the upcoming LAN event, of course, Riptide. So, we've all been waiting for it ever since Low Tide City. And tell me, Jomar, if you're going, if you're not going, and even if you are, tell us what are you excited to see at that LAN event? What are you most excited for there? Because honestly, that's what we're all on the edge of our seat about.
Yeah, definitely. I am counting down the days till Riptide. Just gotta make it through 2 weeks of school. It's rough. Riptide is going. I am going to Riptide, and it is going to be my first LAN ever since joining the competitive scene last year. And I am playing in it, and it's gonna be really exciting. I'm again counting down the days, just like 2 weeks. Just come on. It's gonna be great. I'm so excited to meet everyone.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I unfortunately will not be going to Riptide, but I have been to a few lands myself. I went to a local here in the U.S. back in February, and to the European centered Rising Squid land back in June. So I definitely have seen my fair share of land events, and Riptide seems to be shaping up to be really cool. A lot of big names are going as per usual. But is there anything in particular that you're really excited about going? Any team you might be interested in facing up against? Anyone you might be interested in meeting? Tell us a little bit about it since you're clearly very excited to go.
Yeah, definitely. I did actually apply for commentary for Riptide, so I'm really impatiently waiting for news on that. It's I'm growing more impatient by the day, but I know I can't really do anything about it. I just have to wait. But yeah, I'm really excited to meet so many people that I've actually looked up to in this community since I joined the community in October, I think it was, when I first joined the collegiate team. Since then, I've commentated so many tournaments and starting commentating, I think I believe it was December, to the potential of commentating the biggest LAN ever in a span of 9 months. Uh, if it happens, is insane. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, I'm surprised. You're gonna if you do end up commentating, you'll get the best of both worlds. You'll be able to both commentate and play. So that is if you do get cleared for commentary, that must be a big blast for you. But speaking of competing, we finally have our match ready. Occupy versus Take Your Meds, and wrapping it back to that Clan Blitz Inkblot, we are going to be seeing them face off against it. And we're actually seeing some pretty interesting companies come out here. Octopi, with of course that backline player potato they've been so fond of for so long with that ballpoint. But more curiously, Take Your Meds with a double bucket competition that the Miller Plant Launcher and that Ice Launcher is going to help get the opening pick on Octopi Wiper. And even though Octopi have two specials online, Take Your Meds going for a much more main weapon play style. We are seeing these to break the neutral in a few mixed but not going to happen as
yeah, Octopi seems to be playing a pretty aggressive start, popping 2 specials in the first 30 seconds. But it looks like taking this some sort of defensive right there with that explosion from the Wiper. Double buckets on one you'll see very often in Explosions. This is an odd pick for Clan Blitz. Definitely would seem to be having a Explosion. And we see that Pride able to get that trade onto that V-shot, and they do break the barrier to Take Your Meds to take the first score.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be the end of Take Your Meds push, and Octopi rapidly getting a position into Take Your Meds base. But Cleanse are still going off, actually. They did not see the flank onto Octopi's base. It's going to be unfortunate, but the Wiper is still up there, and Take Your Meds now have to deal with them. They are going to get the pick, and actually the rate that was forcing back Octopi. But the pressure is still on for them to defend against his counter push, especially as 2 go down on the side and Take Your Meds Octopi trying to get the picks with the Pride. They're not going to happen, but there's going to be some space solidified for them to move forward. The X-Washer is going to get picked by the shot. Not lacking, unfortunately, the inkjet getting caught to get even more momentum on board for Octopi, and with 2 balls remaining, Power Clan, this might be what we've been waiting for. The Power Clan just a little bit more forward enough, and with more and more picks coming out from Take Your Meds, Octopi isn't able to get too much more headway into their score, and that's going to be only 29 score. Not exactly what you want to see, especially with Take Your Meds already getting set up for this.
And I'm just noticing, I don't believe there are any traps on either of these teams, where both teams are playing the Trizuka after that most recent track in the middle of the season. Of course, both teams get, one is breaking this night. on the side of Octopi as two are down on each side, and I feel like both of them are just going to be in a stalemate right now. Just try to pick up clams, try to pick up power clam, play passive until you have to play aggressive, and just see where it can go from there.
Yeah, but it is of course always going to be in favor of Taker Med. Any trades, any attention that you put in is only going to benefit Taker Med. That Octopi are desperately trying to find a way in. The white partially this right side, not going to happen. Not going to get quite a bit of value, but tries off to just uses the right threatening that quick, very short time to kill. And actually the X-Flusher goes with some very aggressive clicks on the left side, gets a quick pick onto the Viper, and with that range, getting a lot of area denial onto Octopi. The Trizuka once again doesn't quite find a pick, doesn't help a little bit with the Tri-Slasher, but doesn't quite get the value that it needs to, and Take Your Meds are very content running back into mid and having wasted two of Octopi's specials. Take Your Meds is in a very nice position to defend against anything that Octopi might throw.
Yeah, I mean, you see this one under Octopi able to get out of a 2v1 situation and jump back to that ball point as they just immediately pop Inkjet the second they get it. Feels like my solo queue. Two go down on the side of Taker Med, and again another Inkjet pop. Yeah, this really is just a player solo queue, huh?
Yeah, no, it's a really scrappy fight here, but two go down on the side of Take Their Meds. This is what Octopi has been looking for, but they need to deal with this X-Block, because that's going to be devastating for Octopi. But with points coming out, they just need 2 minutes to take the lead. It's only the Trash who left alive, but that's just enough. If you're Octopi, you are now on cloud 9. This would just be enough to take it back. The Inkjet coming out, gets one, take two down, take the rest, three down, the Needle Splash alive. They're gonna definitely try to score, but that's a wipeout. And Octopi just barely managed to bring it back. Overtime is still not quite over. They need to wait for the clan to disintegrate, but it is going to die. The second clan is still have the clan under the basket, but 3 down once again for Take Your Meds. They're panicking, and with overtime just seconds left on the clock, that is going to be Octopi being able to pull off that last second lead and defend again. Take Your Meds. Honestly, drastic push at the end and securing that they can likely won.
Yeah, Octopi just immediately, once they see, alright, we are in crunch time, we need to get a push going now, immediately swans up, able to get those picks and able to score for the lead, and it was a little bit too late for Take Your Meds.
Yeah, honestly, that lead was very, very close for Octopi. Just 1 or 2 clams gave them that win. I also think Take Your Meds panicked a little bit there at the end. I think they could have played that overtime a little bit slower. They had 3 clams after all, so they had quite a bit of time on the clock. But yeah, but still, congratulations to Octopi. They played that last push really well. They really made it count where it needed to, and yeah, that secured them game 1. And now, as we move on with this best of 5, we're going to be seeing game 2 be Splat Zones on Mako Mart. This is one of the fan favorites that I was talking about before we started this set, and I'm glad we get to see one of these.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever commentated a set without seeing Zones Mako somewhere. Probably one of the most popular map mode combos in Splatoon 3, and probably even Splatoon 2 as well. It's a great map, it's not that big. Great for sloshers, by the way. It is amazing for sloshers, able to get around those corners. Overall, just a balanced Splat Zones map.
Yeah, for sure. But especially, like you said, it's a great slosher map. So I think these two teams are gonna have a lot of fun there, especially Take Your Meds, since they have 2 sloshers. Sure, X slosher might not get some of the same hitbox benefits as something like Tri slosher, which they also have, but it is still a good AoE map. So it might have an advantage there, but there it comes, the very scary E-Leader pick coming out from Potato. They've been making a strong name for themselves off of the base of their mechanical skill and of course positioning. And we already see that in action. A good E-Leader player such as Potato is so scary to face up against because just look at how much space they're granting their team. Taker Meth already 2 down and lost the first fight. Honestly, really accelerated thanks to that clean opening pick coming out of the E-Leader on the side of Occupy. And Taker Meth is already kind of frozen. The pick on the blaster actually is going to give them a chance. 2 down now, 3 down. It's only the E-Leader left on the side of Occupy. They're already pulled back up. Never mind, they get picked by the blaster. And the blaster getting an incredible aggressive play there. Just pick after pick after pick to clear up a lot of space for the team to move forward. And now you see Taker Meds giving Occupy a taste of their own medicine, but not if they go 3 down. They get a slight lead switch, but it's not quite what they were hoping for. And Occupy taking back their position as the lead.
But that blaster, vanilla blaster is not a weapon you will just really see like ever. So it's a very off-meta thing. But we do see this Price Stalker able to get a pick right there, and like Squatter can be picked up off the end. Occupy does take the lead, and it's just gonna push it all the way into the 30s, maybe even the 20s, depending on if Taker Mid can see what this is. But Occupy's Splatana gets that pick on Greguru right there, and they're just gonna take that flat as much as they can. But the Raptor comes out on the side of Taker Meds as well as its sponsor. They are just popping specials, Taker Meds, and able to suppress the Octopi lead to 13.
Yeah, and Taker Meds is now on the back foot, and they're gonna remain there if they keep giving Potato these extra angles to get the picks that give Occupy a ton of space to move forward. This is honestly a great play coming out from the E-Leader, but just as I say that, 3 goes down on the side of Occupy, and Taker Meds have an opportunity to move into the E-Leader's gonna run to the right side of the map, try to run away, try to conserve their life, but now Taker Meds are in a position to maybe move back. They are trying to farm this special. They're tries Hugo, which could displace that E-Leader just enough time to get the kick onto Occupy, but they need to watch out with for some of the other specials. And actually 2 go down, including the E-Leader, thanks to the fantastic shark on the side of that splash. That E-Leader 3 down, with only the wipe left on the side of Occupy, and with just 29 boots remaining, this is reaching knockout territory, and especially, more importantly, lead flip territory. With just 18 points remaining, Taker Meds is holding on. That's going to be a big lead switch and showing no signs of stopping. 8 points remaining. 2 go down the side of Occupy. They have no power, only the E-Leader. And as much as they wanted to, they barely whiffed that last fight. And that is going to be game 2 going to Taker Meds, moving us on to a game 3.
That was an incredible last 30 seconds by Taker Meds. The Vanilla Blaster just popping their special and immediately getting like 2 to 3 picks, and is able to just suppress Occupy all the way in their zone, and they would not stop until they KO'd. A great match for Taker Meds, setting this set to 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, we're seeing these two teams be extremely evenly matched, you know. Taker Meds did manage to pull off that knockout, but not after being tossed around a little bit by Occupy with that nice lead from them. So these two teams are definitely at each other's throats right now, and we're gonna see which team gets the possibility of match point on this game 3. Tower Control, Manta, Maria, another returning Splatoon 2 stage. Tell us a little bit about this, Jurmar, because like I was saying, these are some map mode combos that these players could definitely be comfortable with.
Yeah, typically you don't see Manta Maria, specifically Tower Control, that often. Most of the time you'll either see zones, maybe you see Clan Blitz here and there, but Tower Control is one of those oddballs that will randomly be thrown in at random times. But the difference is that the tower is actually like really short on Manta, and I believe it's similar to how Surgeon Towers is. It's just a lot short. It's not that much to climb onto, and the routing on this map specifically, it's a little wonky. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of walls, a lot of areas where people can flank. I mean, quote unquote flank, because there's not a lot of flanks. But it's gonna be really hard to get those checkpoints and able to KO, specifically for this map.
Yeah, for sure. But it is still tower control at the end of the day. A very snowbally, a very aggressive mode. So we will be seeing some very forward and snowbally plays coming out from these two teams to try and play this mode to some of its strengths. That special advantage can make pushes go on for so long and so aggressively that a good coordinated team that knows how to stagger their specials and keep their special economy going can very easily move it to a knockout, or at the very least a very low point counter. But just as I say that, take your meds with a very swift change of pace, switching it all up to go with a very tower control oriented composition. Blaster, machine, bubble, and tri-strike are tool that is really useful for tower control, but it's not quite going to be too useful if they stay alive, and Potato is going to be holding down mid very well. But just as I say that 3-0 down, it's only the shot left alive on the side of Octopi. Take Your Meds already showing off their aggressive potential, and the Rapid Blaster, the Rapid Blaster Deco on this left side, going to be setting up the index, trying to get a pick, gets a pick onto the Tri-Slasher. That is massive. Now Octopi has no tools to hit over the ledges that are so crucial, as they approach this checkpoint. There is a nice pick onto the T-pick though. That could be massive for Octopi. If they get a point to power, the bubble is going to stall them out a little bit, but the jump gets spotted. That's straight on the side of Take Your Meds. Octopi is going to start moving into mid, and that's going to be a quick advantage to take this.
Yeah, Octopi so many specials to stop that push. I saw a tri-strike come out, and I saw a triple E-strike come out as well, as Tactical and Ultra Set are both popped right after each other and unable to get anything as Fusion takes the stamp down with the Rapid Deco. And we do see a 3-on-1 happen right in mid as 2 goes down on the side of Octopi, pushing back that ZF scope from Potato. As strikes are again popped this side on the side of Take Your Meds.
Yeah, Octopi once again find themselves in a position that they've been in this game previously on the defensive, but that's a wipeout on the side of Take Your Meds. Octopi finally once again managed to keep Take Your Meds off of that penultimate checkpoint. Great job from that, and once again we see another familiar situation where Octopi is trying to set up a push, and Take Your Meds are in a good position to possibly stop it if they get the pick.
Yeah, you see that Tactical on the side of Octopi able to get that pick right there without getting taken out. And of course the Fizzy Bomb by Bolt, and the Fizzy Bomb such a good stuff, but and 2 go down from the team, and they get the triple as Octopi is wiped out, and Take Your Meds are just gonna mount an offensive as both of them jump in, trying to charge all those specials, immediately popping the tri-strikes. This could be catastrophic, but Potato does get that pick right there, to step on, and they get taken out.
Wow, fantastic plays coming out from Take Your Meds. That machine player really putting a lot of value, and that bomb is going to get a pick on the Wiper. This is looking dangerous for Octopi. They only have the Charger and the Zuko, which actually start getting a lot of value. But Tito all the way from the back in their spawn, getting some clean picks onto the tower, and assisted, of course, by their Slayers with that Tri-Zuko, with that main weapon, are going to clean up Octopi, scraping them off the ground, and getting some motion. Stay alive, and once again we see Take Your Meds wipe out Octopi once again, and with the lead still in Take Your Meds' favor, Octopi are just honestly just trying to survive. They can't even push, and Potato doing their very best to try and get as many things as they can, holding back Take Your Meds, but Take Your Meds does not seem to be out of the game yet. Actually, never mind. Another pick up down from Potato, just getting so many long range pressure picks that is opening up a ton of space for Octopi, but they get caught on the wrong side of the flank, and that is going to be with just a little bit under a minute remaining. This is going to be the fight that determines the lead once again. 57 points remaining. The checkpoint is just barely broken. They need to get it. 54 points remaining. Take Your Meds, take the tower, defend their lead, but the fight is not over yet.
Potato just hitting so many shots, trying to get this lead back in their favor, and they haven't been able to yet as they're trying to get that pick on Fusion, but unable to as well. Fusion just trying to, and just push. Fusion just pushed by this V-shot and an ultra stamper thrown and gets a pick as well. Octopi just trying to get the lead, and they're able to. And the stamper is just gonna immediately just camp that jump. Alright, and able to get another, and Octopi is just gonna run this down as far as they can, getting into 20s until they eventually take game 3.
That was oddly reminiscent of game 1. Octopi just barely managed to edge out that lead there at the end, and securing them the game is just like what we saw in game 1, which is honestly fantastic to see. And yeah, now this is what I was talking about. Game 3 determined which team the pressure is on to perform well, and now it's on Take Your Meds as Octopi are facing a match point, and just one more game gets them one round further into winner's bracket.
Yeah, and that game 4 is going to be on Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino, a very popular map pick for many tournaments and a very popular mode as well. Bio, do you have anything to say about this one?
Well, Rainmaker Museum is definitely one of the more popular museum picks. Well, I mean, to be fair, really the only mode we don't see too much on this map is tower control for quite a few flaws that it has, but Rainmaker is something that we do see decently frequently, just because it has a pretty nice route. Clearing through that flat area is very nice for the team that's pushing, and of course it has that classic, Leroy Jenkins jump, as a lot of people like to call it, just jumping straight from that spinner onto mid and going for that early checkpoint is definitely very satisfying to pull off. So it has a soft spot in the competitive community, and we're going to be seeing it whipped out here for game 4.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting, and if I'm going to take any guesses on team comps, I could definitely see Potato on the side of Octopi bringing out an E leader as well. They were just so dominant with that ZF scope in that last game that I could see them just switching out for another long range, even further range charger and being A-okay. But it looks like we're going to get into this game. If Octopi is able to take this game, they will move on to Take Your Meds in a little bit of a corner, and we do see Potato bringing out a charger again, but it is actually the vanilla splatter scope.
Wow. Yeah. Honestly, another thing I was going to say is that we were definitely not going to see the Explosion come out and Take Your Meds. Explosion is really, really weak on Rainmaker, and luckily they did bring out actually a counter charger. That Bamboo not going to have the range and the distance pressure that Potato's going to be pumping out, but definitely great for the midline chip damage, which we see, but it's going to have to face off against the Trizuka, and it does actually end up losing as the Tri-Slosher runs in, gets some clean picks on to Take Your Meds, and clears the way for a quick, like I said, that jump is a quick guaranteed checkpoint, and the vacuum is going to open up some space for Octopi to get some points on the board, all the way to 30, less than a minute into the game, and already Octopi running it down, not letting Take Your Meds freeze them for a second, running in with that cool is going to give them another 8 points. And Take Your Meds are struggling to deal with all these threats of attack, and more is it being scored. The Tri-Slosher gets up pick, stalls it out. There is a shark to try and get some jumps back in and get even more picks. Octopi really cranking their aggressive potential to the limit right now. They want to finish this set right here and now. And they seem really determined to do so. These flanks are devastating for Take Your Meds. And of course, that lead of 6 is definitely really nice.
Crazy that Octopi able to get it to 6 all the way, probably within the first minute of the game, a little bit more. We do see Take Your Meds finally countering that push, trying to get a push of their own as the Bamboo does after a whale. Not really able to get much as Potato just immediately just snipes the lane with the carrier. The minute they try to pick it, and another by Potato able to get 2. Potato's just hitting everything, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That Bamboo is going to struggle when you deal with that flat charger. Of course, it has that killer whale, but on a main weapon fight, most of the time it's going to be that flat charger coming out on top of seeing. And I think Potato show that off beautifully with another snipe onto one of the members of Take Your Meds and getting a lot of value after that. A nice cancel onto the inkjet, but now the main defender of Octopi is down to the Trizuka. It's only the shot left alive on the side of Octopi. This is the opportunity I think the rest have been looking for, but there's a Trizuka coming out. This AK gets an AK effect, but in the trade, but it's just stalling out for Octopi, and Take Your Meds need to start moving in here if you want to make this push count. It's only going to be 43 points to work with them though, and it's not exactly pressure up to take to Octopi pushers push 6. So Take Your Meds, they still have a little bit of time. They have a little bit less than 2 minutes, but they're going to need to step it up and get one.
Yeah, I think Take Your Meds right now is just gonna have to play a little bit passive, but play pretty aggressive. Just charger specials, just coordinate specials, charge them, and that looks like exactly what Octopi is doing right there. So Stamp comes out. Oh, but never mind. 3 go down on the side of Octopi. That's a wipeout. Commentator's curse is real, everyone. It's real.
Yeah, but it's not quite. It's not over till it's over. 14 points is not exactly the same as 5. They are going to be able to. Wait, okay, they can't reset.
What are they gonna? Oh, I thought they were gonna. Oh, I thought they were gonna jump.
Well, okay, they are. No,
Okay.
they're going to try to stall it. They're going to try to stall it. It's right side.
Okay.
Trying to get it off their flat, and they Take Your Meds once again, which is a rock and hard play, trying to make it happen for what's left of the Octopi and
Yeah, we see Potato get that snipe on that inkjet, trying to get that snipe onto not only the pommel but also the Rainmaker carrier. As they do come back and a Trizuka. But Potato does go down and 2 are down on the side of Octopi with just 30 seconds left. It's only the shot. It's only the shot. And they're able to get the pick on the Rainmaker just before they go down. And the Bamboo does take out Potato as well, but one of the members of Octopi is able to drop the Rainmaker down into mid to try to just stall it out, I guess. So we do see the try for... I don't even have words. You might have to carry over right now.
Well, no, like you said, with the Charizard was trying to make it happen, but with 5 seconds remaining, we're seeing Octopi desperately trying to defend and keep your Meds running for the Rainmaker, but it's not going to happen. They're not going to pick it up, and the Trizuka's going to seal it and Take Your Meds just a few points away from that lead, unfortunately, in their final push, but Octopi with that masterful shark finishing off any possibilities of them winning, and Octopi with a very, very nice 3-1 win over Take Your Meds is going to secure themselves a spot in winners finals.
Yeah, that was an amazing game by Octopi in the first minute, able to push all the way to 6 points remaining. Left a very heavy target on the backs of Take Your Meds, trying to mount offensives of their own, but only really able to get to 43 until that final push to 12 or 14, whatever it was. Take Your Meds played very well in this set, but Octopi able to come out on top.
Honestly, that initial push at the beginning of the game was so devastating for Take Your Meds. They got caught off guard, and even though they got a good push to 14, Octopi Octopi just had such a strong advantage at the beginning of the game that it, yeah, I mean, it obviously didn't end up mattering too much. So, yeah, congratulations to Octopi for making it to winners finals, which is going to be coming up next after a short break. So we will be right back as we move on to these last three sets, winners finals, losers finals, and of course grand finals of this exciting mid-level double elimination tournament. We'll be right back with some more exciting gameplay to show you all on stream. Stay tuned. Whoa, wait, are we live?
Hello and welcome back. We are in winners finals between Octopi and We Love Sierra. And do I see triple Tri-Slosher Nouveau?
What?
Not triple quad.
Uh,
Oh, never mind, I guess.
okay. I think, yeah, I think they, yeah.
What a start. Okay.
It's gonna be a slight,
Yeah, what a start. Alright, so, like I was saying, we have our winners finals against Octopi, who we saw last round, and We Love Sierra. Bio, you want to say anything about both these teams?
Well, I mean, we've seen both of these teams on stream, so we definitely know how they play. We of course saw Octopi show off their fantastic coordination and individual mechanical skill on some of these maps. So really great job from that. But of course, We Love Sierra also showed off some great plays against the Backyardigans in a few stream matches ago. So they are definitely also a very strong team, and I mean, yeah, I've been saying this a lot, but all these teams are proving their worth in this tournament really, really well, and it's so fascinating to see these kinds clash, and just kind of see who comes out on top. It's always just so exciting.
Yeah, and I think we're officially getting into the game now. Again, we are on Splat Zones on Mato Mart, just like last set. And we do see I can't tell if it is the same comp, but, okay, no, they are not the same comp. Okay, it would have been very funny to see Quad try Tri-Slosher Nouveau, but unfortunately we will not be seeing that. Or we do see Gus on the side of We Love Sierra on Tri-Slosher Nouveau, the Sloshy King himself. It's definitely going to be really exciting to see what he's able to do, and able to get that early pick right there on the other Tri-Slosher Nouveau on the side of Octopi.
But he is going to be seeing his match in the form of Octopi's Rogue, who are also running a Tri-Slosher Nouveau, and in fact actually helped their team take the first team fight win and still continuing on this streak as Jade goes down, and We Love Sierra with 3 specials start fishing for a way to win.
Yeah, and you see Octopi popping their specials right now, as well as We Love Sierra popping theirs as well. Both Tri-Strikes are popping. You see a vacuum as well, able to censor that Wiper and able to get that Tri-Nouveau on stack, as well as We Love Sierra is able to flip the zone right there, but is unable to get the kill on, I believe, that V shot right there. You see Potato go down on the side of Octopi as well, as Octopi does have a one-man advantage right now. But We Love Sierra is just going to hold mid as long as they can, and apparently, as long as they can, we get to 69, and we do see the Stamper as well if they get that pick right there.
Yeah, the Stamper fantastic direct onto the Wiper. They're not going to be able to secure the pick onto the Potato, but that's fine. They do end up jumping out anyway. But the more pressing matter at hand is the fact that even with Cooler, We Love Sierra are 2 minutes of time on time falling victim, but still, this is a very, very close one. We Love Sierra still with the zone in the full band. Is going to look for the to start moving and do change the zone. Fantastic. 3 down inside of We Love Sierra, but the Trizuka is going to be able to find We Love Sierra to move back in.
Yeah, and we do see that Tri-Strike on the side of We Love Sierra, not able to get anyone, unlike this Zipcaster Stamper, able to get 2 right there, but unable to get anything else as they just back. The Vac is also popped, as well as Gus tries to get an aggressive kill right on top over there, but unable to as they're stopped by the Stamper. And 2 specials are again popped on the side of Octopi. The Stamper is unable to get his hit.
Yeah, the Wiper putting in quite a bit of work, challenging a lot of the fight getting a clean pick onto Jade, but it doesn't quite matter. Trigo down on the side of Octopi, and we love Ciara quickly moving in, flipping the zone, and trying to set up a hold here to burn past their penalty, but not if Potato has anything to say about it. Pressures the members of We Love Ciara with that main weapon, with those tri-strikes, but 5th Gen are protecting their teammates with that vacuum from that charger on the side of Octopi, and it definitely works out as We Love Ciara is now getting into the 30, but that is going to be a quick flip of the zone thanks to the Ultra Stand, thanks to the tri-strike, but it might not last too long if their members can stay alive. Fantastic pick from Bazooka on the side of We Love Ciara. This could end up being a lot, very, very severe for Octopi, especially if they can't deal with some of these picks coming out from Jade. That's 2, but the shot on the side of Octopi is still kicking on zone, and We Love Ciara is not quite able to pull off the team fight win. With 60 seconds remaining and 33 points of penalty, the pressure's on We Love Ciara to get a solid pull on zone and take back that.
Both these teams seem to be a stalemate, but We Love Ciara comes out on top. But the flank on the side of Octopi is able to flip it almost immediately after, as one of the members of We Love Ciara jumps out. And it looks like We Love Ciara is eventually going to go to a one-man revenge. We see the Zipcaster team Gate trying to get a pick. And going to be able to get one on Rose. But Potato just flashed back with another 2 on the side of We Love Ciara. It is a bloodbath right now.
Yeah, really scrappy skirmish in mid, but with 10 seconds left, it seems like Octopi is going to be the victor unless We Love Ciara get the flip onto the zone, manage to cap it. They are going to be able to, and they have a few specials, but they need to get the picks that they have, that they need to right now. Vacuum comes out to protect the engage on the left side. The Zipcaster will come out soon from the Zipcaster, but that's an insta-cap. You need it. An unfortunate instant capture onto the zone from Octopi, thanks to a mixture of the special and bomb. That is going to secure them that overtime win and putting them 1-0 above We Love Ciara.
That was a blink and you miss it flip. Wow. That was rare. You never really see blink and you miss it zone flips. But that was definitely one. Just a combination of all the bombs as well as the specials. I think I saw a torpedo, a suction bomb, and maybe something else in there, just instant caps as Octopi does take game 1. Very impressive gameplay on both sides. Again, Potato just hitting so many shots. It's insane. But also as well, Jade Stamper is terrifying. Like, no exaggeration. That's terrifying.
Yeah, no, Jade is putting on a lot of work here. Just getting just really showing off their mechanical skill with Stamper, which is a very difficult weapon to master. But Jade is pretty damn close. You saw some of those clean, direct, those combos with not only the burst bomb, but also those horizontal slashes. Just so difficult for some of the members of Octopi to dodge. It was at the end of the day a win for Octopi, but Jade had some fantastic moments during that game.
Yeah, it makes me want Zipcaster on Splash. Why did they take that off? Why did I get stuck with Crab Tank? I could have gotten something way cooler.
No,
sure, it would have been worse, but it would have been cooler.
Yeah, you got stuck with you got stuck with support or more support. You know, Crab Tank or try strike.
Born to Splash, forced to Crab is what I always say. It's just how it goes. But it looks like for game 2, we are going to Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. Again, a very popular map mode combo in this game. Again, also in Splatoon 2. But let's just see both of these team combos right here and see what each team has to offer.
Yeah, like you said, Tower Control, Inkblot is a tried and true map mode combo that pretty much every competitive player is very, very familiar with. And we're actually going to be seeing both teams stick to their guns with no composition changes on either side, and we're going to be seeing the aggressive play styles from both classes.
teams seem to be in a stalemate right now. One special charge on the side of Octopi, as well as another on the side of Evo CR, and the Trizooka is popped from Octopi. Doesn't able to get anyone as burst bombs go flying. As one go down, two go down on the side of Octopi, two go down on each side, and three go down on Wheel of CR. It is, again, it's a bloodbath. I can't keep up with it, but constant picks back and forth. One person goes down on Octopi, another CR. Another Octopi, another CR. But neither teams have grabbed tower yet. And I believe as I say that, yeah, they're gonna take tower immediately as I say it. But we see Jade trying to get a flank onto the enemy fast. They're going to pop Zipcaster, avoiding that second bomb barely, but is unable to get a pick as they go down to the beam shot on the side of Octopi. They're able to get a second and camping that jump as well as Jade does go down on that jump.
Yeah, a nice attempt from Wheel of CR to get something going on that pass area. It was too long, and when they did something, they like we saw them got picked off very, very quickly, and now they're seeing the consequences of their actions with a swift counter push from Octopi, getting quite a bit of value, already threatening, and just like taking off the lead from Wheel of CR. But just as I say that, quite a few members on the side of Octopi go down is specifically their prize charger player, which is the backbone of the competition. And it's going to be really difficult for them to keep the push going without it. Jade, once again, with one of their signature directs from that distance, are going to get a clean pick onto the Viper. And once again, Octopi on the back foot, but not in the try to get the right thing to say about it. And they do. That's two down now on the side of Wheel of CR. Three down, Octopi is doing right now to get a pick onto Gus, and that is a delayed wipe. And it is only 15 coming back from spawn with that jet squad to try and hold things on their fast. And that's going to be any forward momentum that Wheel of CR had going for themselves is going to go down.
Yeah, we do see Gus trying to stay hold on defense. They did pop that tactical, but we do see Jade and that Stamper again trying to get a pick, unable to as they Zipcaster right to the tower. But then we see Potato able to come back, and Octopi gets the wipeout on Wheel of Ciara, and they are just going to push at checkpoint 2, trying to get all the way to checkpoint 3 and see if they can knock it out. We do see Piston get that pick as well, and Luna getting that pick as well. They're able to get that other one. They are, as Octopi is just constantly respawning. And yeah.
No, that's what's so dangerous about the current tactical meta. If we have that cooler and have a decent output of them, we can just keep on coming and not give the other team any space to breathe, which is what we saw Octopi do, and now they have a very dominant push of 16, which compared to Wheel of Ciara's push work is definitely advantage for them. But once again, Jade on this right side with those combos is going to get a long pick on some of the members of Octopi. It's only the wife left alive. They get this last pick on this left side. It could be huge for them to start moving in, but it's not like going to happen. They're going to be stalling out a lot and actually trading with Gus. That's going to be no time to go online for Wheel of CR and Octopi have a significant advantage here on this defense. They have the respawn advantage. They have the player advantage as some of the members of Wheel of Ciara are trying to stay alive, such as that Stamper, such as the shot that's flew down. It's only Gus left alive with that touch field. They're going to be forced to try and stay alive to get that, to keep that special online for their team. But Wheel of Ciara needs to make something happen right now.
Yeah, and we do see both those teams in a stalemate, one down on each side. And we do see a Zuka on the side of Wheel of Ciara charge, as well as Jade's Zipcaster does get popped right there as they go around trying to get a pick. Are they going to be able to? They're not as they go down. But Wheel of Ciara is going to mount a final push as this tactical is popped by Gus. And we are going to see, and Potato takes two of them down. Or takes multiple.
And that's
And Octopi takes game 2.
Yeah, with a delayed wipeout. Wow. We see Octopi on the cusp of a 3-0 sweep against We Love CR. This is really, really beneficial for Octopi. They're showing us their A game right now. They are determined to go straight to grand finals and show everyone what they're made of.
Yeah, definitely. If I was a member of We Love CR right now, best thing you can do is stay calm, stay focused, and try to take game 3, which is Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. We are getting a lot of Splatoon 2 stages, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure, and it just keeps on going. But if we do make it past this, map, we are going to be seeing 2 brand new Splatoon 3 stages. So hey, minimum that's some inspiration. That's some incentive for We Love Ciara to start this reverse sweep, to get this reverse sweep going. And yeah, it's all gonna boil down to this returning Splatoon 2 stage, like you said, Drumar. Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. This is what will make or break We Love CR's attempt to stay in winners bracket. So definitely a lot of pressure riding on their shoulders. So they need to change something. They need to change it fast, because clearly the way they're playing, or the weapons they're playing, or just their way of analyzing the game state is not working out against an opponent like Octopi.
Yeah. We Love CR is just going to have to take this one game at a time. Try to pick a comp that is viable for this map. Of course, Gus is most likely going to go Tri-Slosher Nouveau. Especially because this is a pretty good Tri-Slosher map, I would say. So it's definitely exciting to see what both these teams are going to bring to the table. As the Juicy Potato, of course, bring out a vanilla splatter scope. And of course, Gus with the iconic Tri-Slosher Nouveau. No really big changes on either side. Both teams are pretty much sticking with their comps that they had previously.
Yeah, once again, really no changes aside from Potato moving to the target. Most likely for that. It is going to be We Love CR with a slight advantage here, as Octopi actually goes 3 down. His only Potato left alive, and they are going to be running it on this right side. There's a slight bit of delay, but that should be the first checkpoint all but secured for We Love CR. And Octopi are now kind of scrambling to make this work, but the Dryzuka shot over the vacuum. Fantastic play, and it's only the one left line. That's a wipeout. There's nothing left to stop the Rainmaker. And when it counted the most, when it was most needed, We Love Ciara run over Octopi in an explosive Rainmaker push, sub-minute knockout. We don't see that every day. And now, We Love Ciara with a second win seem rejuvenated and are inspired to bring this back. And we are finally seeing We Love CR get a point on the board and move this set along to a game 4.
That was insane. Like I said, We Love CR just has to take this one game at a time, and they definitely did, able to get early picks onto Octopi, and of course, that Tri-Zuka shot from, I believe that was Luna, right over the Ink Vac, and lands right on their head. Able to get the momentum they need for that wipeout to eventually KO in under a minute is... Sub-minute KOs are not common. Definitely not. You never really see them. It's very impressive to see sub-minute knockouts for Rainmaker. So it's so cool to see We Love Ciara is still in this set as we go to game 4, Clamblitz on Museum.
Yeah, like I was saying, now we're actually going to get Splatoon 3 maps. We're not going to have these returning Splatoon 2 maps. So it's going to be quite a bit of variety. And I'm really interested. We've seen Clamblitz Museum on stream quite a few times before in this term.
But so, you do know that Museum is a Splatoon 1 original map, right?
Well, okay, yes. but non-returning.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. You know,
Like, what are you talking about, man? That's Splatoon 1. But yeah,
okay, yes, but it is, you know, it is a Splatoon, you know, 3 map because it's not returning. So,
Yeah.
you know, you know, Splatoon, who cares about Splatoon 1? Like, what even does that mean? Splatoon started, come on.
Splatoon 1. We got a match. We got a match to accommodate. Calm down. Alright. Alright, he's trying to catch up on this. We do see two members of Octopi down as Gus does have that counter cooler in mid right there. Trip Gem does have that backing charge and that power clam ready for a push. Is going to throw it out, trying to get a push going. Doesn't look like they're gonna be able to with two go down. And Octopi is just going to push up again to kill their own push. As Potato pops that E-leader as they did switch. Sorry, pops the wave breaker as they did switch to E-leader.
Yeah, and we're seeing Octopi once again with their signature aggressive plays here. As UFCR are trying to defend, but they don't have Jade alive. But Gus playing with their weapon, getting those nice fall up flicks with that Tri-Stalker, and it's only the Flower Shot left alive on the side of Octopi. We love Ciara with a golden opportunity here if they can move fast enough, but it seems that they're trying to bide their time. Farming specials, but that is going to lead to Luna getting picked off. Gus getting picked off, but Jade evening it out with 3 picks. It's only the Viper and the shot left around Octopi, but they still can't quite seem to get a push going. And even after so many picks coming out from the members of We Love Ciara, Octopi still manages to hold on to enough space in front of them to keep them, to keep We Love Ciara from getting any significant progress into Octopi.
Yeah, and we do see Luna trying to get a flank onto the enemy base. Unable to, but they do have the Tri-Zuka charged and ready for use. And looks like this is a great time to pop it. But are they going to? But look at this. Wait, did a member of Octopi pop it?
The Viper snuck behind We Love Ciara and got a ball into the basket. I mean, sure, it did slow down. It did definitely slow down Ciara's momentum, but not quite enough to stop them from scoring 2 power clams. And that is going to be a swift lead for We Love Ciara and Octopi, holding on, trying to keep We Love Ciara from getting any mileage out of the position they have right now.
Yeah, 5th Gen was just able to run in, grab that power gun, and toss it in before they got pegged. And I don't even remember if they got pegged. They might have actually lived that. But we do see specials coming out on the side of Octopi, a Tactical and a Tri-Zuka, as just toss a Tactical of their own to the side of We Love Ciara. We do see a Sucker Bomb right there, and just narrowly avoids it. So close. The 5th Gen go down, as 2 are down on the side of We Love Ciara. And they are just going to have to hold it as the stamp is up and gets Jade and gets Luna as well with the throw. As Octopi is just going to get this lead as far as they can, all the way to 40. As we do wait, we do see a Shark and Viper right there, right under the basket, able to get Gus. Maybe they are.
This push is far from over as the power clap gets in. Get the 8 points remaining. They can get this with the jump, but it's not gonna happen. All members of Octopi are down on the side of We Love Ciara. Not quite gonna happen. But with a minute remaining, an 8-point lead on the side of Octopi, we're seeing We Love Ciara on the back foot. They just can't quite deal with the raw pushing power that Octopi is showing off, and if they keep letting these players on the side of Octopi get multi-picks, it's going to be really difficult for We Love Ciara to be able to hold on for as long as they need to, and we just hit the 30-second threshold. We Love Ciara no closer to getting a push. If anything, they go 3 down. It's only 5th Gen left alive, and Octopi rushing in to get another power clan in. They'll kind of smooth around their penalty, but that's not really what they're looking for. They're just looking to stop. They're just waiting out these 10 seconds less now, 5 seconds. We Love CR is going to get overtime thanks to those power
Are they
plants.
gonna get hit?
He needs to go for this right now, and this
The
wiper.
wiper!
Wait, but the wiper.
Wait, what are they doing?
Goes for a jump. Goes for a jump.
Are they gonna go for a jump?
Yeah, they're gonna go for a jump. They have the power
They go
plant.
for the jump. That's gonna be winning the game.
Octopi with some of the funniest defense ideas I've seen in competitive Clan Blitz. Take game 4 against We Love Ciara, securing the set 3-1 in their favor and punching them a ticket straight to grand finals while sending We Love Ciara down into losers finals. So congratulations to Octopi for getting themselves a seat on the grand finals circuit.
Yeah, Octopi in those last seconds said, if we can't stop them with defense, let's just stop them with more offense, and able to get that shark and that jump to take the final game and move on to grand finals. Congratulations to them, as We Love Ciara is going to jump into losers finals and fight it out against another team to eventually make it, I believe, to grand finals as well. Great set between both of these teams. Great moments. Great matches, great everything. This was a set to watch, definitely.
Yeah, really, really excited to see these two teams go at it. But yeah, once again, congratulations to Octopi for coming out victorious. And yeah, we are now gonna move on to our Drumar and I last set of the evening, losers finals, and we'll be setting that up after a short break as per usual. So yeah, we will be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to Level Up number 3. My name is Bio. I'm joined here by Druma, and we are bringing you the last, quote-unquote, normal set of the evening. Losers finals between We Love Ciara and Fairy Light. These two teams were dropped from winners finals and have been clawing their way up through losers bracket to get another chance at facing off against Octopi in grand finals. And we're going to see these two teams duke it out over the ticket to grand finals.
Yeah, Fairy Light specifically has been clawing their way through losers bracket, going up 2-1 against Triggerfish Zone Supremacy in round 4, beating Alponi's Strikes 2-1 in round 5, Elongate 2-0 Sweep in round 6, and eventually beating Take Your Meds in round 7 to get here into losers finals. But we are starting right now on, I believe this is Rainmaker on Museum. Yes, it is. And some pretty similar comps to what we have seen today. We do see Trisoft and Udon on the side of We Love Ciara. I believe that probably is Gus. Why wouldn't it be? We also do see that Vanilla Jet put 2 go down on the side of We Love Ciara.
Yeah, and it is looking pretty dangerous for Will Ciara as Phelan actually doing a pretty nice job of pushing that big bubble is gonna almost guarantee them the checkpoint here, and with just 40 seconds into the game already Fairy Light are setting up for a very nice push. But We Love Ciara obviously not gonna go down without a fight, but once again we see the vacuum protecting the Rainmaker all the way to 10 to 7. It's only the charger left. It is a wipeout on the side of Fairy Light, but this is oddly reminiscent of what we just saw in the last streamed set in We Love Ciara against Octopi. Same thing, this explosive opening coming out from Fairy Lights is gonna give We Love Ciara a massive hurdle that they need to get past if they want to get further on in the set. And a lead of 7 is a big hurdle indeed.
Yeah, definitely. But we do see that We Love Ciara is able to get that checkpoint as one or down on each side. But you see the Trisurfer trying to get the crab and is unable to, as We Love Ciara is just trying to push up further as 2 are down. They might actually have to be in a stalemate for a little bit until their teammates respawn. We do see the Triceratops on the side of Fairy Light trying to get a pick, unable to, as Luna takes 2 of them down, but gets picked off by the Slap-On, unfortunately. This is probably going to be another stalemate moment right here for We Love Ciara.
Something that you want to see, but Fairy Lights are actually starting to go down, 3 down. Now, the vacuum is going to stop it, but they have a vacuum of their own. We Love Ciara have an advantage here. The Triceratops goes down, and 2 members of the side of Fairy Lights are forced to back up. We Love Ciara are trying to pop it, get some more mileage out of their push, but at the only of 15. But it's still not enough. They need to push it a little bit farther, but they're 2 down. They only have the crab tank to hold. They only have a few members alive. Not the man advantage, but also respawn advantage is going to make it really difficult for We Love Ciara to keep this momentum going, especially as the Rainmaker resets and all but steals their fate as a lost push.
Yeah, it's unfortunate if you're VRCR having to grow back and grab that Rainmaker. Even with all that momentum, it was still not enough. They did get to 15, however, so they did get pretty close. But we do see Gus on the side of We Love Ciara just in that corner, could not escape the slap bombs. But we do see Luna on the side of We Love Ciara able to get a pick right there, I believe. And the Rainmaker is just in mid right now in a stalemate. We do see some special charge on both sides. And this is probably going to lean in some teams' way eventually. But we'll just have to see.
Yeah, Luna coming out on the right side with that tri-suit. Logan first on the fakes. They do end up going down, unfortunately, but that is going to be a trade. Fairy Light, very comfortable here, just defending. They don't need to go for anything crazy. We Love Ciara are the ones that are pushing. So Fairy Light can just try to stay alive, but if they end up dying, it's 2 down on the side of Fairy Light. We Love Ciara. And also,
That-
they're back to the
that-
set up once again. They
They
can
can
run
get
with this now. They can go with it. But they're back. Like, is it going to down? Yes, it will. And that's going to be the Rainmaker just shy of the 15-point marker.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Another try slip, but we see Luna trying to flank right there, just gets taken out by 3. We do see the Shark here. One of the members of the Shark getting jumped in as well, trying to pop that Rainmaker from below. We see Luna as well, trying to just flank from up there, seeing if they can make anything happen for their team to eventually get the lead. We do see there's only 20 seconds left, so Will Ciara has to make a push now if they want to stay in this game. This is dependent on this right now. And we're just going to have to see how this goes. They do pick the Rainmaker. Are they going to be able to get a push off of it, though?
Well, it does not seem like they will as the 52 behind gets a pick on the Rainmaker. Unfortunate flank, and just like that, Fairy Lights is now 1-0 for We Love Ciara, and 1 point away. Just one more set. Well, no, sorry, one more game. Just one more map from moving on to grand final. So We Love Ciara is on the back foot right now. They need to bring this back if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, that was great gameplay by both teams. Fairy Lights able to get an early lead, just like Octopi in that one match, getting all the way up to 7. And again, the other team, We Like Ciara in this case, able to get a push back as far as they could all the way to 15, but it just was not enough to take the win. We Like Ciara is backed up into a corner now. If they lose one more game, they are out for the rest of the tournament, I believe. So they are going to have to clutch up on Tower Control Inkblot, a map mode combo we've seen probably 2 or 3 times today in these last few rounds.
Yeah, honestly, I find it very fitting that we're going to Tower Control Inkblot. You know, like we've said before, very, very, very classic stage that we've seen a lot. And okay, so apparently the map list is incorrect as it shows up on the screen.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge is up next.
Okay.
Yeah, still a fantastic option that gives these two teams a lot of versatility to play. And I'm honestly the biggest thing I want to see there are the flanks. These two teams are very prone to some extreme flanks, like we saw in the last game from 52. So, and this map gives them a lot of liberty to do so. So I'm really curious to see what they'll be cooking up to outmaneuver the other team.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the switch up on the We Love Ciara. I believe Gus is now going with the sloshing machine instead of the Tri-Slosh or Nouvelle. Probably the first time we've seen Gus go at different sloshes than try Nouvelle. It's really interesting to see as 5th Gen just jump out right there. Really good jump out by them.
Yeah, and we see Fairy Lights actually sneak on this left side. The Charger getting pressured. They are going to end up living and keep their team anchored on their side of the map. But We Love Ciara are starting to move up. They have no specials online at the moment, which the same cannot be said for Fairy Lights as they pop with Tri-Strike. They pop Killer Whale. They have yet to quite seem to find the picks that they need as their 52 goes down, in fact. And We Love Ciara are still playing a fantastic neutral, but that being said, We Love Ciara actually getting 2 picks on the side of Fairy Light, while only losing their Zap player 3 down. It's only the Charger left alive. Luna going to be going for them straight out of the gate, and the barrier is broken. We Love Ciara have the Trizuka set up, looking for some picks. Not quite gonna find it, but that is a fantastic zoning special that's going to be really useful for them, especially as they keep on scoring points here, all the way to 44, 41, and those 30, and all the way down to 29, and they keep on going. Well, no, never mind, that is going to be 3 down the side of Elos area, most likely the end of their push, but still, fantastic effort coming out from them with the lead.
Yeah, we do see 2 special charge on the side of Fairy Lights. We do see that contract outside that CF scope right there, but the Tri-Strike does go down, unable to get that tactical online, as we are back into a neutral game. We Love Ciara with a great lead getting all the way to 26 in that last push. Very nice is going to have to make that up at some point if they want to take this game and eventually take the set. Now, Medusi just popped that video bomb right there all the way towards the enemy basket. Unable to get anyone, unfortunately. And it's, again, a great neutral game by both teams.
Yeah, very light. But yeah, but still, I mean, it might be a good neutral, but like, it's only going to benefit We Love Ciara. So they're just trying to on. And very light want to try and make something happen. They want to at least, get something going. They don't want a sorry game at the moment, but that is exactly what's going to happen. Something is going to happen. We're going to have our first environmental death of really the stream. So yeah, this is to Luna for inaugurating her stream with that unfortunate jump off.
Yeah. That was an amazing Zuka, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fantastic. But now we're reaching the 1 minute, we're reaching the 90 seconds, right? And Fairy Lights are still nowhere closer to scoring. They're popping a lot of specials, but they're holding on one pick, and they actually have their trash off to go down. They can't quite keep themselves alive, and with just a 29-point score at the moment on the very side of the board, We Love Ciara is still definitely in the driver's seat and are very comfortable. It is on their terms and however they want, and honestly, it was not fantastic.
Yeah, and again, we do see one down inside of Fairly, and we do eventually respawn. Both teams, even 4 players each, backing charge by 5th Gen on the side of We Love Ciara, and we do see a tactical pop as well as Fairy Lights is going to try to get a push in as one go down on each side. The Inkman aren't going to do anything either with the Booyah Bomb right now. And Luz tries to again unable to get anything as Fairy Lights just off the basket, able to get to 65. Fifth is just going to camp that jump right there. Is able to get that 52 down, and is able to get that try as well, get that double.
With only 20 seconds left, and no lead in sight, We Love Ciara, Fairy Lights is really struggling. 10 seconds remaining. They are going to have overtime balls, but We Love Ciara with the aggressive push is going to try to score them, not quite even make it. But Fairy Lights is still wasting a lot of time, and that's not what you want in these overtime scenarios. They're gonna have to run right into and Zuka, but it might not end up working. Zuka down the side of We Love Ciara. Fairy Lights, this might be what they look when they break the barrier. They just need some time, but only two other life. And that looks like it's gonna be a wipeout on the side of Fairy Lights. Ciara, bring it back to a game 3.
Oh boy, this next game decides who moves on and who is done. Both teams played amazing in this game. We Love Ciara getting that amazing push all the way to 26. That looks like that was all they needed to eventually win this game. They didn't really get any more pushes after that, and they were just going to have to hold their own and win this next game. I don't know if it is Rainmaker Undertow, but it might be, but I'm actually going to double check if it actually is, because apparently Tower Control Inkblot was wrong, so let's see what is it, Losers Finals is going to be. That is wrong. It is Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. You don't really see this one much, do you?
Honestly, it's mostly because of the map, right? The map, the Barnacle and Dime is very, very new, so we haven't seen too much experimentation on it, due to most tournaments still favoring some more traditional maps. So it's definitely gonna be really interesting to see it actually, see some use on this game 3.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be really exciting because both teams just need one more win to make it to Grand Finals against Octopi. We Love Ciara did just play them in the winners bracket and lost 3-1. So if We Love Ciara can win this game, they will get a...
These teams, they want a shot at taking zones, Barnacle and Dime, and with some very, very, with that E leader, while We Love Ciara have not seen before on the side of start pushing into mid with those Tri-Strikes. A lot of area denial coming out from them, but it is going to be denied by that bubble coming out from the Junior on the side of Fairy Lights, 2 go down on the side of Blue Ciara, 3 go down. It's only actually no, that is delayed wipeout onto We Love Ciara, and wait, what? Yeah, onto We Love Ciara, and Fairy Lights are really driving home this goal.
Yeah, We Love Ciara is just putting so much pressure into. Fairy Lights is putting so much pressure into We Love Ciara's base, just unable to get a push off. But they are popping their specials. We do see a Trizuka, a Tri-Strike, and an AFAC trying to cap that zone, and it looks like they may be able to, but it wasn't enough. As 2 go down on the side of We Love Ciara, as 3 go down. Gus is gonna have to make a hero play right here if they want to stay alive. And it looks like he won't be able to, as Fairy Lights take game 3 and moves on to grand finals against Octopi.
Congratulations to Fairy Lights for bringing it back in game 3 with a convincing knockout against We Love Ciara. And yeah, like you said, Drumar, we now have our grand finals contestant, Fairy Lights versus Octopi. That will be coming up next after a short break, but that will not be with us. We are going to be having a commentator's shift for the most hype set of the tourney. So definitely be looking forward to that, folks. But without further ado, that is going to be the end of our time here in this stream. Tell us, Drumar, outside of this level up stream, where can we find you?
You can find me over on Twitter. Yes, I do call it Twitter, unlike some other people. At Drumar_SPL. You can see it on the screen right now. But Bio, where can everyone find you?
Well, you can all find me, of course, on Twitter as well at bio__29. It's on the screen as well, and of course, any other tournaments that I might commentate for organizations such as Dabble Productions, more Level Up blocks, etc. And yeah, it's been a blast commentating a lot of these sets that we've seen. And yeah, I hope you had fun, Drumar. And yeah, that's gonna be us 2 signing off. We'll be right back for grand finals.
Alright. Is it just me? Are we waiting for Cactus? Oh. Oh, right. Hello? We are back
Hello,
to You want to start it? Glitch Cactus, you're here. All right, we're live right now.
Yes.
Right now. You want to go? Go for it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Level Up. We are going straight into this game. Not 2 seconds to prepare. We are going straight into it. Octopi versus We Love Sierra. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
We are seeing already great matchups.
I'm with Glitch Cactus, and my name is Chicken. It is so nice to be back. Even just being here tonight to just see these, these two teams go all out tonight, Cactus.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, both these teams. What I wanted to mention before is that both these teams fought each other before. They fought in round 3, best of 5. Octopi took a 3-1, and I believe, right? I might be mixing it up. I'm trying to look at the bracket. It's all over the place for me. So yeah, Octopi versus Fairy Lights. Fairy Lights fought their way through losers bracket. Now Octopi in grand finals, and I already know that Fairy Lights wants revenge. They want to take it back, and I'm confident this could be an amazing grand final set.
I believe it as well, and so I mean, Cactus, it's so cool to just just be here right now. Like we just had months ago, we were just commentating for Gridlock, and now what? Here we are,
Right?
to just do this to be here in this very moment, and everyone watching here for this to be in the around to be watching the grand finals is just amazing. And so you did it as well, right? You did the grand finals, I believe, back in Gridlock, so it's really nice to see that you're here as well for tonight's Level Up 3. So.
Oh, absolutely. I'm super excited. I'm going to bring all the hype. Okay, I just want to say, by the way, huge mistake on my part. I had the wrong tab open on my computer. I saw the ping, and I was like, wait, I'm late. I'm rushing. So, apologies in advance.
It's okay.
But yeah, from commentating from Gridlock Grand Finals to now Grand Finals at Level Up. I mean, I'm confident already because watching the stream before when these teams were playing that. I mean, they're gonna bring in their all, just like how I feel like they're gonna bring it on. We're gonna bring in our all for the commentary stand here. For this Grand Finals set. You, me, and Kermit the Frog on the sidelines. Ready
Oh my God!
To go. Hello.
Oh my God! It's the Kermit. What? How are you feeling, Kermit?
I'm feeling great. I'm still ready to take on Starburst whenever they're ready.
It's like you made that promise in Gridlock. I mean, it seems like that's the real thing. That imagine we'd love to see that one day. Just Kermit going just going to Starburst. Oh, and so here we are. We begin the grand finals, beginning this best of 5. Octopi versus Fairy Lights.
Well, we might not have to start right away because there is an immediate DC on the side of Octopi, but it looks like both teams are playing it potentially anyway.
I believe so. Okay. Well, speaking of, I guess DC or or in terms of unclearness or just removing. Did you know? The 2 weeks ago, I actually ended up trying to see my screen because I had eye surgery, and it was the talk of what I.
Oh
the
my
talk
God.
of it. So that and everyone watching right now, it's so much better. I can see it's clear. It's not hazy.
You have your eyes back. You can finally use them.
I can. Oh, I can. So.
Using our eyes. I mean, right off the bat, teams are playing this through. I give them Octopi props for playing this through regardless of what's going on. It's just unfortunate that they're trying their hardest as they can to try to get this through, but Fairy Lights just no remorse, regardless of what happens. They want this win one way or another, and we see here Wug doing a fantastic job just tower dancing here, avoiding all the players, and the Wiper trying to go in and get a pick on the side of the Kemp, but unfortunately going to do as a trade. It is just the charger on Octopi with 3 players up with Fairy Lights. I'm just still surprised how long they've been holding this thing.
I mean, like that tower is still there. Fairy Lights is still riding it to the next, really to getting 24. Now we have Octopi still playing this, with the we have here a Wiper. We see that they're gonna let the tower go, and yeah. So I mean, with what like about we have just about like 3 minutes left. We can definitely see that they're gonna still ride the tower, leave the tower for a bit, and then we have a nice well, both teams have these nice sniping actions, and just playing it safe.
Absolutely. I mean, playing it safe is all you can really do here, unless you're Fairy Lights and making sure that Octopi can't play it safe, immediately getting a wipeout here, and just, making sure they can try to push the tower for a complete KO. But honestly, for Octopi here, I think the goal here is just to not KO. It's to stall as much time as you possibly can to prevent Fairy Lights from getting it any further. And Wogzer's at the camera, prepared to try to take it through. The bubble does come out with the strike. This is the final checkpoint. Finally looking like it's going to be broken down. Strikes up to the charger of Octopi with only 12 more points to go. The camera's still on Wog. They're going to try to push this as the E-leader's on the tower. They're going to try to juggle it. Wog towering it, but no! They get wiped out by Octopi with only 4 points!
I can't believe that. It was looked like it was gonna be game there, but nope. Octopi just says no, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna have a great match here. Even with one down, we're gonna still show that we can do this. So we have some specials currently being used, and just inking a lot of turf so that mobility, as anything in this platoon. Oh, and we just got one man down. Excuse me, one man down from.
That was a great shot there. Oh, and the sniper!
Ooh, and that as well.
Hammer! Oh my goodness! Oh, incredible! And now on the field, it is now a wipeout on Octopi. Fairy Lights now just immediately wasting no time to push it further again. And again, I gotta give huge props to Octopi here. Even though they might be one player down, they're still putting up quite an incredible fight here on trying to keep the members of Fairy Lights back. But, again, just because of that extra player advantage, they're able to just put so much pressure out.
And that pressure indeed is, as even with one man down, as you said, Cactus, like they're giving it their all. They're giving it their all. They're not gonna let Fairy Lights take this W. So, in terms of just getting the tower to that goal, but with less than a minute remaining, Octopi's giving their all. We got some of the Inkzuka being used, and we got the tower going back here. So just inking more from the sniper, and yeah, so far it's looks like Fairy Lights is going to take this.
Absolutely. I mean, look, with 3 specials online, they're 52 just respawn. They pop the bubble here. 8 seconds up on the clock. They're jumping into the strike on the tag. That's going to try to stall us from pushing any further. And just like that, that is going to be game 1 with the unfortunate DC and going to Fairy Lights. And again, like I keep saying it, props to Octopi, but again, huge props to Fairy Light for still giving it their all and not lighting up at all, just to show that this is grand. You're not gonna waste your time. You're not gonna give any free wins. You're gonna give it your all that you possibly can to secure this. And again, this is the rematch. This is the rematch from earlier in this tournament that I guarantee Fairy Lights was just waiting on. And I mean, I'm sure both teams are just excited. Maybe Octopi a little less due to the DC, but they're raring to go.
Mm-hmm. And so, it's just so awesome to see, like the fact that here in Grand Finals, both teams, once again, just like, you're in the Grand Finals, you're giving your all, and you've gotten this far. I feel that from both teams right now, as we've been seeing, again, from both Octopi and Fairy Lights, like you can just tell that they're gonna want to take the whole the whole set and want to win this tonight. So, but again, I didn't say this earlier, but congrats to both being here in the Grand Finals. Both teams showing what they've got for Level Up 3.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they fought their way through quite an impressive bracket. I mean, we had some incredible teams that were playing in today. I mean, we had my team, of course, for Citizens that were playing. Take Your Meds was in here. Triggerfish Zone Supremacy was here. There was just so, and the list goes on because we had, I think, 20, 25 teams competing.
25.
And just for a mid-level tournament, we had quite the amount of incredible mid-level teams here that just honestly had a lot of close sets throughout this whole bracket. So these teams, obviously for this tournament right now, the best that they can do, they put it all on the line, and here they are to set it up. And with the next game coming up, Rainmaker Humpback, a classic from S2 that everybody loved that came back, right?
Exactly, Cactus. I mean, we got the old Rainmaker. I mean, Humpback, Pump Track, just seeing that back. Oh, wait, I just rhymed there. I mean, I didn't even know that. So, anyways, but it's just such a. I mean, people have their opinions, and I said, you know what's interesting? I think when Bio was commentating with me, about a week before last week, did you know that the center, Humpback, Pump Track, Humpback like whale? Did you know the center is like that? Like it's like a humpback from a whale, and like the center is like the blowhole of a whale.
Wait.
Is that cool?
What?
Is that cool?
I didn't know this.
See?
I'm looking. Wait, it is what?
I know a lot of people didn't realize until I actually said something about it.
Wait,
so
that's actually crazy. I never realized that.
Yeah, right? And so we have both teams now, Octopi and Fairy Lights, going to the center.
They have 4.
Yes. All right, Octopi, we got that one man who is here. And so it looks like Octopi has a lot of ink going on. We got the juice to give some speed. They're taking the Rainmaker, but nope. We got Fairy Lights sniping that right there off the bat and saying no, not today.
Oh, I mean, it's a difference that it does when you have that one player that you need. I mean, just look at this. We're only like 45 seconds into this game, and Octopi already taking this checkpoint so quickly, so powerfully. And even though Fairy Lights got that one side to stop the push immediately happening, they did an excellent job of just keeping it going. But now, Fairy Lights are in the aggressive side now, able to get 1 down, make that 2 on the side of Octopi. And just like that, they are rushing this basket, popping their specials. Whale comes out, checkpoint cleared.
You got the checkpoint.
Potential of a snowball. Look at this gal go.
And there it is. We have Fairy Lights taking the slight lead over here. And Octopi just trying to stop them as we're in this 2 down for Fairy Lights, right? So we can just already see that Octopi wants to take this round, especially with 1 man down from the previous game. It's really just it's still a little bit early, but wow, what a nice snipe that we see there, Cactus.
Wow, the minute I saw the Charger move up from the side, I knew they were looking for something, and that was just incredible. Right now, it is just an ink bath right now in mid as teams are trading left and right, going from bombs to snipes to anything in between. And again, on a map like this, it is so good to have Cooler. You can see both teams running it, Octopi running it on their Zap, Fairy Lights running it on their Try, and because it's in the meta that we are in with Cooler, it is so important to have it, because if you go down, you have such a long way to come back from the beginning of when you spawn in. So being able to just come back quicker and be back in the action is so important. And now with this Rainmaker being set, and Octopi kind of having, even though 2 people down, having a good control of mid, getting 2 down and opting to try to go for top of the Rainmaker, but unfortunately no! They get popped by the Rainmaker shield, and now it is in Fairy Light's favor as players of Octopi are now trading down.
And that was so unfortunate when the Rainmaker popped, and right with the advantage that Fairy Lights got there, they have a little bit more ink, and it's just, right now both teams are currently playing safe, but that was really unfortunate. It could have been maybe just, somebody could have grabbed that Rainmaker earlier, but now we see that Octopi took down 3 members of Fairy Lights, and so they're gonna be really fast and mobile. They're already making their path to the goal. So let's see, moving right along with 26 points, and Octopi being wiped out from that.
What an incredible play and smart play done by Octopi here, using the ink back to protect the Rainmaker all the way through to push it not just for a slight lead, a lead up to 26, but they got wiped out. So now Fairy Lights has a huge opportunity to try to push, but the Charger says no! The Charger says no! You sit down, you do not move any further. And Octopi says we are not out yet, we are not losing this lead that we just worked so hard to get. And they are putting on so much pressure on that elbow there, as the Fairy Lights has to opt to pick this up and try to get things moving. But that Zuka, excellent shot, and it's 2v2 right now on the board with the Rainmaker near Octopi's base here. Fairy Lights trying to make the movement here, trying to get some picks, but no, it's not going to be possible, and it's just going to be so much more back and forth.
Right, and so back and forth, close to, oh, and actually with Fairy Lights moving ever so slightly, just not enough to pass Octopi's score there. However, with one man down, Fairy Lights, you know, Octopi, and now one down from Octopi, you know, it's this back and forth that we're seeing, and just trying, one defending, one trying to really push, because really we're down to the wire here with only about 30 seconds left, and Octopi in the lead, and so Fairy Lights really have to figure out working their way to the goal, but 2 down, Cactus. What do you think so far as we're seeing this?
I mean, Octopi is relentless with their defense. They needed a wall, and they built it, and they are just doing anything and everything they can, like getting 3 members down of Fairy Lights, and they're gonna pop this Rainmaker close to if they need to, but no, they're gonna opt to keep it just barely up and sniping the jumps that come in. It is not enough. Octopi putting on an insane amount of defense on the line for Fairy Lights not to get this any closer to the lead, taking game number 2.
That was so incredible. I have to give props. Octopi with the defense that they're playing, while Fairy Lights trying to put the pressure, it just doesn't seem to be working in terms of working for Fairy Lights to get a little bit more pressure, even though Octopi was, their team was just, not even though, but the Octopi's team is just incredible with their position, and you know, I mean, you can just see that they're not, Fairy Lights is just not going to get to that Rainmaker or passing them with that score, so they were able to take that game.
Oh, absolutely. And I give props to Fairy Lights for trying so hard to just being relentless and pushing in, especially Wug with their bubble positions, because that hammer at the end by the Wiper by Octopi got blocked out by the Bubbler, but they were able to just rush it and get the picks needed, especially with Octopi just being able to get their specials so quickly. And that's what I love about the coordination that Octopi has, is that they know when to just take it nice and easy, eat the points if they have to, but calm, cool, collected, the 3 C's to remember in any form of defense when playing this game, in any map mode combination you could possibly have. And if you have those down, you perform like this. You have such a strong defense that cannot be broken through, and sure, maybe you sprung a leak in the wall, you forgot to put a little bit of extra cement down, but you know, they filled it back up real quick with some like magic tape, and they secured that win.
And so, speaking of map and modes and such, our next map in the grand finals and mode will be Clam Blitz in the museum. So this is gonna be a very interesting match, especially with how the clams are scattered as we get started right now into Clam Blitz, Museum de Alfonsino.
Oh, absolutely. This is an incredible map mode combo that I love myself the most, because that block on the side, all it takes is one little hop and a score of a clam to take the lead. And as we see the comps come out now, we are seeing the Vanilla Slosher come out on the side of Fairy Lights here. And already a trade-off in only 10 seconds into the match. These players are instantly trying to get some picks going down, and Octopi being quickly relentless on the defense and turning it around to offense, popping the cooler to get things moving here. They are not wasting any time putting Fairy Lights into any kind of stagger, rushing their plat already. That's a 3 down as one player respawns, and just right We're 30 seconds in, we have a score. 30 seconds in.
Only 30 seconds. Well, let's see how much clams they can put to get a good score going. There are now 2 to 3 members down for Team Octopi, but with the score of 68, I mean, it's not good, it's not bad, but it's still something. Now Fairy Lights is grabbing those clams and making sure that they can prepare for this. To my eyes, oh no, we still have the pity ball back there. I thought it was the pity ball, but they were able to make a clam ball, and they are going to take one member down from Octopi, and with that, this could be a advantage for Fairy Lights.
Unfortunately, their Slosher's going to go down, but they are going to be able to get 2. It's an incredible trade that they get off of, but Bazooka is putting a lot of pressure here on the front lines, stopping Fairy Lights from pushing it at all. The bubble comes out to try to stall for a little bit more time and a little bit more space. As one player jumps back, smart move to stay alive and put on another wall of defense, like we talked about before. This wall of defense they need is important here, and although these players are moving in, the Shark, by the Wiper, way to go in for a pick. They're right on the ledge, but the wall's going to cover them up. They're looking to see if they can get some kind of stop down, but they are going to get 2 down, and they're going to start rushing for mid, try to get 1 off the side. They get 1 into as a trade, and it's a 2v2 on the map now with Fairy Light still an Octopi spawn.
My gosh, both teams right now are just neck and neck, and really taking one down, and the other team taking the other team down. It's just as we're seeing this battle here in this match, both teams are playing this safe card with about 3 minutes in. We have a sniper already being taken down, 2 down members of Octopi, and so the clam ball is going to go right in for Team Fairy Lights to now start putting clams in.
What a great bubble position there done by Wug, able to secure the team a lead, and the jump of the pity is on the basket, but no, the pillow, the block, the stamp, it stops it, but they are able to get it down to 50, and again, that's not a winnable lead. That all that offense and defense that was put up by Octopi now is now reversed, because now Fairy Lights is on the defensive side, but they are 3 players down, and mid is already covered in Octopi's color. They already have a power clam, but they're gonna go 2 players down, and at the trade, thanks to the gal on Fairy Lights, it's just incredible play of quick defense, quick thinking here as the Slosher has to go for a flank and goes down as a trade. Any push Octopi possibly had of thinking is now crushed as Fairy Lights is putting on an amazing array of defense.
Their defense indeed is just incredible. Just seeing that they just stopped earlier, Fairy Lights' ball that they just made, but it looked like we could have seen something, but no, Octopi just with their defenses and just playing very well earlier. And so now they're going to take their clam ball to the other team and they break. Hold on, and yes, they break the barrier from into Fairy Light, and so it looks like there's a struggle. The clam ball over there didn't go in with the broken barrier earlier, so it does leave them with 61, which is like 11 points, 12 points away from passing Fairy Light's score.
Wow, I mean, again, incredible that Octopi was able to sneak in there to score that 1 power clam, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. Fairy Lights was able to quickly shut it down as fast as possible as they needed to, and now with less than a minute left on the clock, Bazooka gets 1, looks for a second, unfortunate, unable to find it, but Cooler is now popped on the side of Octopi, so if they go down, they should still come back quicker than ever if they need to get back in the action, as now these players are now looking for a pick. Fairy Lights looking to keep their lead as much as they can with 30 seconds coming down on the clock here. They have to be careful as they don't find any jumps from Octopi, and no, there's going to be 2 players down, but there's 1 player shirking by Fairy Lights spawn. The hammer, the jump is in, the hammer's thrown, it gets 1, the power clam, they score, they need 1 for lead, they need 1,
They just need 1. Oh my gosh, just 1 clam. I mean, that was again another great barrier broken, but is this gonna be enough? Will they? No, unfortunately not, with Fairy Lights taking the win here. Octopi was just this close to throwing 1 clam to pass him, but Fairy Lights, they just were able to do it. Octopi though played so well, Cactus, in this match.
Oh my god, I mean, again, Octopi just knows when to flip the switch when needed. And I want to compliment them so hard on that because there's not a lot of teams out there that
Mhm.
realize that you need to have that patience. Sometimes you have to play that defensive position of the game for 2-3 minutes until you're able to get, things turning around. But once you find an opening, it's all about how you quickly turn around and turn that into an aggressive push. And they did a close job with it. And again, that wiper, I don't remember seeing when they stuck away, but they did it. And it was a matter of one clam difference that game. If the wiper maybe had a clam on standby and they were able to get the jump in and score that one, they might have been able to do it. But again, Fairy Lights, what an incredible job catching that quickly and being able to turn that around and stop it from being possibly an overtime situation and already now being game point from this grand finals.
And with Octopi, they broke the barrier, I believe, twice, and it was so close to the point where there was we didn't get to see much, I guess, of the opportunity that it could have been, but with what we saw, I mean, both teams in that match were incredible. And so we're gonna get now into our next mode and map. This is Grand Finals, best of 5 in Brine Springs, and one of my favorite modes, and some people do like this, is Splat Zones. And so here we go with both teams ready to duke it out.
These teams going for similar comps they went for the last game, and right away we already see both teams opting for the flanks on the side, which is a great common thing to see on this map. Again, this map is very short. You could be on the enemy side in a matter of seconds. As we see here, the leader trying to find a pick here on the side of Octopi. To be unsuccessful as one player is going to go down. Now the players of Octopi have to play a little bit safer here. Try to find any picks that they can. Looking to see if they can get around. The cooler hasn't popped. Try to save a little bit of time and respawn if they need it. And they're going to opt to jump back. Smart move here as Fairy Lights now has a really big, huge control of mid here. Picking up any players on the side. And they have to keep this zone just a little bit longer. And I mean, they're in a great position right now.
They really are, with a lot of ink and two members down from Octopi. The double splat that we were able to see. Fairy Lights looking really good right now as the countdown goes past 50. They are now playing like they're the wall this time, Cactus. Like, this is incredible. With Grand Finals, seeing this, I mean, it's like they turn the tables here. The countdown's still going, Cactus. Two members down from Octopi? Will this be a quick game?
Only 15 points left for Fairy Lights to secure this win. They have to go now. They can't waste any time. They get 2 players down, and it's a fight to paint mid. But Fairy Lights having the quick player advantage, the bubble to pop, the junior pinning for their life. But no! No, Octopi switches it with only 9 points left. I just thought the same. I thought this was going to be a quick KO. I thought we were just watching the fastest grand finals game of all time. But no, Octopi stalled it out just for a little bit more time. But Fairy Lights, again, they are putting so much aggression here on Octopi. They have so much control. They have so much power right now in this match. Octopi has to find a way to break out of this aggressive wall that Fairy Lights put on a train track, and it's just pushing forward. They need to find a way to get out of this as they can. And with 2 players going down, it seems Octopi might have the opening they're waiting for.
And that opening, indeed, it looks like we're going to have that zone for Octopi here. And now it's their turn. And so we're going to now see, can they manage to put the pressure, or rather the defense, to be able to hold this zone. I mean, with 9 points for Fairy Lights, that's a really nice score to start the splat zone. And so will it be enough? And we see one member of Octopi going down, and their snipers really trying to catch any members of Fairy Lights as they're kind of maneuvering. But now it's a fight for the splat for the zone here, and it looks like Fairy Lights is going to now take the zone with about 2 minutes and 20 left. And both teams again fighting with now Fairy Lights down 2 members.
I mean, this is getting down to the wires. It's plain and simple, like, Octopi found whatever they needed to tweak quickly in this game and turn it around quickly, but a nice rolling snipe there, done on the side of Fairy Lights. Excellent job getting that player down, but the Zuka is ready on Octopi to take care of this leader if possible. That's 1 Zuka shot, that's 2, getting 1 on the side, and the Wavebreaker's gonna come out. They gotta try to hold this zone a bit longer if they want to have this point keep rolling down as they're able to get some players down. But again, it's a trade on the map, and Fairy Lights is able to switch it back over. Going in, the Gal gets 1, looking for 2. They're getting pinched by the jump. They get 2. They're going for 3. They're wailing it out. They do not want to stop their run. They're going on now.
That Gal was definitely picking on Team Octopi real well there. I mean, and so now with 2 members down for Octopi, however, with the stamp, it looks like now Fairy Lights is down 3. This could be potential for Octopi here, and they are taking 1 member at a time. And it looks like Fairy Lights needs to get together to be able to stop this defensive pressure that we're seeing from Octopi. I mean, with 1 minute left, could this be the turnaround that they need as the counter goes down past 50? They just got to keep that pressure, and 1 member goes down for Fairy Lights. Cactus, this could be this opportunity for Octopi here.
Octopi looking so good right now, but with 3 specials ready on the side of Fairy Lights, they're going to pop them now because the points are getting dangerously close for Octopi for taking the lead. But no, 2 players are going to go down, but 2 more are going to go down on Octopi. And now it is up to Fairy Lights to try to go up with the Charger. Gets an incredible snipe. We only have points taken down. That is lead for Octopi. Fairy Lights has to go now. They have to flip the zone, and they flip it. 20 seconds left. We might have to be going into overtime.
It looks like we're gonna have to be going to overtime with both of these teams. Members of Fairy Light are down, and it looks like we are gonna hit that overtime here as the mini count goes down, and Octopi holding that zone very nice. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Oh, and they hold it really well, actually. I don't know if I said it correctly, but yeah, they actually are gonna take the win here. I was actually thinking that it was Fairy Lights for a bit there,
I
but
didn't even realize they flipped the zone to hold that for
They
the
did,
game.
yes.
Just when Fairy Lights was about to have this whole game like we saw from the beginning, Octopi, they flipped it around. We're going to a game 5.
we are going to a game 5. Oh my goodness! But with Fairy Lights, I gotta give them props. They were putting so much pressure to get that countdown already to the 9 points. Not even a minute. It just went. And I
mean,
thought that was gonna be a game.
I agree. If we stopped at that first minute of the game, you would have thought Fairy Lights took it home. But
Right.
Octopi not letting that points they got on the board scare them. They said, you know what? Have your points. We're gonna get it even lower, and they did. Octopi was relentless, and the second I saw the players of Octopi in the position that Fairy Lights was in earlier that game, I knew Fairy Lights was going to be in trouble because they had so much going correct for them. They had their specials popped and ready to go. They popped Cooler to be back in literal seconds if they were to go down, and they were able to pretty much lock out Fairy Lights trying to cap the zone. Fairy Lights was able to use their specials to try to flip it over and hold it just for a little bit longer, but unfortunately your painters going down is the last thing you want on this map mode combination, because just like that, Octopi was able to not only secure that lead and take it, but bring us to a game 5, tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard.
All right, well, here we go with Tower Control Sturgeon Ship, and it looks like there are a couple of familiar weapons here, but and so, you know, we still have our nice long-range snipers on both teams, and now with Tower Control, you know, with in Sturgeon Shipyard, you have a couple of different places to take the Rainmaker, right? And so, nothing too maybe surprising. I mean, we'll see which teams can really. I'm sorry, I said Rainmaker. I'm sorry about that. With the fact that Tower Control is here, we now see that there was about 2 members of Octopi going down, and the Tower Control is going to move forward Fairy Lights. So with a nice snipe there, specials are being used. And so 3 members go down, unfortunately, with passing checkpoint 1. Fairy Lights is going to move this tower quite nicely.
I just love the pure aggression that Fairy Lights is having, but we have to remember that they have to keep this. It's enough to have a good push, but you have to keep the momentum going. As we've seen so far the past 2-3-ish games, Octopi is no stranger to turning things around. But as we see here, 1 player distracting 3 from going any further, allowed Fairy Lights to just take mid, but Octopi being relentless and not allowing for that to do anything to them, just being able to try to come back quickly from that quick stall that they had. Fairy Lights, although still having a great hold in mid, making it so hard for Octopi to push back. Right now, the special being popped up from Octopi to try to stall it a little bit longer in mid. But Fairy Lights is not letting up, and they are going to try to keep pushing this as far as they can with a nice snipe being followed up here.
I would love to see these snipers just doing what they need to do to take and pick members of the other team. And so now it looks like we see a nice Killer Whale coming in, but right now it's almost like they're playing it safe. Tower control still in the mid. So you know, with some we got that Trizuka ready for some specials, but 2 members are down for Octopi here. So they're gonna have to kind of get back in terms of as a team, and we see this jump. 1 member of Fairy Lights goes down, and so now they're gonna try to put a little pressure. But then we have again another. Well, we have a member from Octopi going down, and now the pressure is going to seem like they're gonna come from Fairy Lights, so they're gonna start taking the area, and the tower control is going to now move.
Well, incredible job there by Fairy Lights, going all around. And a nice,
Wow.
I think, was that a snipe collide on the side there?
I couldn't tell, but 2 members go down at the same time. I think it was. 2 members went down at the same time.
And Fairy Lights pushing now 3rd checkpoint, going 2 players down now. It's dangerous territory here for Octopi. They're just trading players left and right. They're only 1 point away from getting this checkpoint, but no, it's not going to be cleared in time. They're going to try to come back and get it, but they're going to go 3 players down. It is just the 52 player left on the side of Fairy Lights, although they're able to get 2 down before trading. Incredible job here done by Fairy Lights here, holding this mid pressure and not allowing Octopi to just rush it as quick as they would have liked to. Zuka comes out trying to find a pickle on that charger on the sideline, and Octopi now finally getting some tower points here as they make their way towards first checkpoint.
And so it looks like they're in a standstill once again, but the tower will have to go back to the center. But we'll see. It's we got both members. Actually, it was earlier. I think 2 members down earlier from Octopi, but now with the tower being in control from Octopi, it looks like the checkpoint wasn't gonna be now it's gonna be passing for the advantage for Octopi here, and it's a nice jump back that we see from a member of Team Fairy Light to kind of make sure that, you know, they come together. And so now with about a minute left, both teams lost 2 players, and the tower's gonna be actually going back, but 2 members of Fairy Lights are going down. So wow, with all these specials being used, it's really down to the wire who's gonna be able to take a cactus.
Unbelievable. The Octopi got so close to getting to that 3rd checkpoint, and things were looking scary for Fairy Lights. But this 52 player on Fairy Light, I swear their KA has to be unimaginably incredible. The way they're able to just put so much pressure here, and as they get another snipe a pick and make that a trade, they were able to put Octopi's push they had to a hold all by themselves as 3 of their teammates were down. But now, 15 seconds left on the clock. We have Cooler ready on the side of Octopi, but 3 specials ready on the side of Fairy Light. And now, as we enter the final 10 seconds, all of specials by Octopi were popped out, but the Zuka, and now with strikes ready by Fairy Lights, they're popping their strikes to stall the tower, and they're popping out again on the side to stall it even more. They have the tower, and they get it.
They did. Hold on.
Wait,
Octopi
you know what this means? Do you know what this means? We're going to a bracket reset.
We're going to a bracket reset.
Fairy Lights. Incredible job.
Oh
Unbelievable.
my
The defense,
gosh.
the special holdage, the being patient. You knew what you needed to get done, and you did it. You held on, and you were able to stop Octopi in their tracks. You figured out what you need to do from the previous games and stop any reversal Octopi could have possibly had on you. And you are bringing this to a bracket reset.
There you have it, and that bracket reset, guys, is you know, sometimes expected with these grand finals. Fairy Lights taking that W at the very last game there. I mean, both teams really just showed that they're capable. They're here. They want to show what grand finals looks like. my gosh, when it looked like one team was winning, you got another whole thing coming with the pressure from Octopi, or the pressure coming from Fairy Light sometimes. I mean, it's just incredible to see that both teams are just really they both have their own synergy and probably communicating real well here, Cactus. It's really incredible to see that's in grand finals.
Oh man, I mean, this is more than we could have asked for a grand finals from this tournament. I mean, like I mentioned earlier in this set before we started, is that this is a tournament full of mid-level teams, and the possibility of upsets is so high, and the possibility for this bracket reset was also fairly high because both these teams are incredible players, and they have so much they have as experience and ability playing with each other to put down here in this game. And the fact that Fairy Lights was able to bring this all the way to a bracket reset after getting knocked out early on in the tournament by Octopi. The loser's run, the fairy tale run for Fairy Lights is in motion right now as we're going straight into our next game of the bracket reset. Rainmaker Undertow Spillway.
Right, and so we got an end zap there. We got our we got our infamous Weps here, our nice little junior. I love that junior, Splat Bombs. Sometimes when I'm playing maybe like a ranked mode, it's nimble, it's fast, and you can just maneuver really well if used with properly using well, and then you got used to it with your teammates. And so now 2 members of Octopi are gonna have to go down here, unfortunately. Now 3 members from Fairy Lights are a wipeout, basically, to see that Octopi is ready and willing to take this Rainmaker to the next podium.
Octopi is no longer messing around. Look at the aggression that this player on the Wiper is putting up. The flank from the side as all the players rotate to the left. The hammer from behind, they're getting ready. They pop it on the player from Respawn, but no! The shutdown by the Slosher of Fairy Lights here. 2 players down the side of Octopi, and now Fairy Lights is now taking this Rainmaker and having to bring it all the way back. Just incredible job quickly catching that on the side of Fairy Lights as Octopi wants to win this, but Fairy Lights seems they also want it more as they brought this to the reset. 3 players out. That's a wipeout. A wipeout on Octopi. Fairy Lights now has a clear straight path to this checkpoint, and they're gonna get it.
And they actually. Oh yes, they got through. They got through the checkpoint, and now unfortunately they get white, Cactus. Yes, and so now it's Octopi's turn to see if they can get this checkpoint in. But one member does go down. It's gonna slow them a bit. So both teams losing one member, and with the Rainmaker being held, it's now up to Octopi to be able to take this to the next podium. And it looks like they're doing right now. It's like a little bit of a standstill, but with that Rainmaker being used here, team members of Octopi are going to start moving an Inkvac to kind of secure the checkpoint there. And so now they just need to kind of take this and see if they can pass Fairy Light's score.
Incredible play with the VAC, and I love that both teams actually added a VAC to their play as the wipeout goes down on Octopi. Fairy Lights quickly turned that defense into snappy offense, as now they're going to try to further their lead that they had. The 52 trying to apply pressure up front, try to get this Rainmaker any bit further as they can. They're going to go 1 down, and it's going to be 2 down the side of Fairy Lights as now Octopi in the defense tries to go down the Cypher, barely dodging that shot. Some fancy dance moves there. I see you, Happy Feet. Look at you dance and move.
I love that when it's just like, hey, I'm here. No, I'm not here. Like, just want to like jump in and just say, oh look, I was just trying to just get back into my ink. And speaking of ink, oh, that was a nice night from a member of Team Fairy Light. I mean, now again we have this in 2 minutes. We have 2 members down for Octopi, and both. It's going to really come down to these next 2 minutes, and now we get to see that Fairy Lights takes the slight lead, but then now we have their members going down, and Octopi is going to take the Rainmaker with just about less than 2 minutes left.
These teams have to play so carefully here because it again, it's a matter of points. It's not there's a huge lead. These teams are playing so well against each other. It is such a tug of war. I mean, only a few point lead for Fairy Lights, not that's close as a huge winnable lead because they haven't gotten it any further. Octopi still in this, has a huge opportunity to, but the Rainmaker falling back beforehand, only put 20 seconds left on the Rainmaker clock. And now as the flank comes out from Fairy Lights, but the lead is going to be taken by Octopi. The players were distracted. It's all up to Octopi taking it to a lead of 32. And now Fairy Lights with a minute left on the clock. Now the pressure is in their hands. They now have to try to get this all the way back to the other side of Octopi spawn and try to get the lead.
And they're gonna do a reset and let that Rainmaker back to the middle of this stage here, and it's gonna come down to what Fairy Lights can be able to do and make the pressure that they need to pass the score that Octopi just got for themselves. And so they got some specials ready. Junior used the special just now, and it looks like they're going to take advantage. And it's both teams, 2 members going down here with just 20 seconds. Oh no, and it looks like Octopi has the Rainmaker and is going to hold on to dear life to make sure that they take this game, Cactus.
Oh man, I mean, incredible play, honestly, done there. As we see holding this Rainmaker in the Rainmaker free zone, they're going to be able to secure the win. Great job by Octopi. And for anyone wondering why Fairy Lights decided to bring it to the right side, why would you bring the Rainmaker over to underneath the enemy spawn? It's because of the points. That ramp is such a quick gain of points there that you can get that lead up to, I believe, 20-ish points. It's just by going up that ramp alone. So I totally understand the move, but I think it was too rushed by Fairy Lights. But nevertheless, incredible game. Incredible job done there by Fairy Lights. That was such a strong back and forth, but Octopi was able to get that opening when they needed it, take those points, and put on a quick defense when they needed to stop Fairy Lights from getting the lead back, taking game number 1.
Yeah, and so to recap, I just recall from that game where they're both had just about a 1.2 difference, and you can just see that the patience, right? And I think you said it earlier, Cactus, 3 C's, calm. What was it? Calm,
cool, collective.
Cool, collective, right? I don't know where you got that from, but it's really what it comes down to when, it's like you're down to that wire, or if you're like, it's just that 1-2 points, but the calm, cool, collective energy that sometimes needs to be brought out from those games can really take you to that win sometimes. Pressure is part of it, but I think it comes down from if your team is calm, cool, collective, and the confidence added a C there, but with the confidence that they need for either team, we're gonna have to get to 5. I don't know, and then, so we're gonna have a 5 seed there. But the confidence from both teams, you can just see that level. You can see that level from in the grand finals right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was just an excellent of array put by both these teams of the offense and the defense they needed to at certain times. And I'm confident they're both going to bring both of that back, especially on this next map mode combination we have. Clan Blitz on Barnacle and Dime. As we're going to jump right into it here, let's take a look at these comps they're running. I'm kind of confident that they're going to be pretty similar.
Let's see. All right, so
the Viper's back. Same comp as last time. Fairy Lights also back. I think that's the scope charge, though, the ZF. Or not scope, apology. No, it is scope, yeah. Blind.
It is scope, yeah. No, you're good. I was blind about 2-3 weeks ago, so you're all good. Let me tell you. I'm telling you right now, even, some of these people chat, staff kind of knew, oh no, Chicken's kind of half blind. But anyways, we got this, we're gonna go right in to this match here, and I was gonna say earlier, we saw that Gal Whale combo back in action, so we might see that whole, that splat zone delivery, that double splat was crazy, and now, right now, it's just a matter of finding clams, or rather like taking some people down with them. And it's both teams right now having at it really. You see that cooler, tactic cooler, and with two, three down from Fairy Lights, this could be advantageous holding on to Clams Octopi, and we're gonna see some moves now.
Wow, the quick movement done there by Fairlight, trying to stay alive, but unfortunately, I mean, whoa, it was not enough. And right away, Octopi gets the points down in less than 10 seconds to 41. What an incredible push, and they're still pushing as they get an excellent snipe there on the side of Octopi on Fairy Lights here. The push is still going as now they try to apply more pressure here, but the basket unfortunately is going to close. Octopi, in one push, was able to turn it from 100 to 100 to 100 to 32. Fairy Lights is looking in some trouble here as we have 3 minutes left in the game.
Oh man, and so Fairy Lights now has to really think about how can we come together. Octopi might be playing that defensive wall that they also showed, and the pressure applied. We got a member from Octopi going down, another member from Fairy Lights with a score of 32. That's a really nice score, but now members of Octopi are going down here, and so clams are going to be built or collected rather, and we have the clam ball ready to do some scoring, but now it's really up to Fairy Lights to see if they could take this defensive wall-ish pressure that Octopi has been showing during Grand Finals today.
Yeah, and I think, the dangerous thing that I saw there that unfortunately Fairy Lights got put in is that they had the pressure down before. They had 3 players of Octopi down, but they didn't have the clam economy. And even though our economy might be shot, I know the clam economy in Splatoon is not that bad. I mean, listen, no spawn in every time you grab 3. You got the clams there. The economy's not shot just yet. But
they're holding on. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Fairy Lights doing a great job here.
They are, and look, they're gonna take members of Octopi down, and unfortunately that ball is going to just stay put, and they just lost it, and so now it's really in this 2 minutes. We got some specials going, Killer Whale being used here from the Gal, and we are seeing that Fairy Lights they're losing their members here. Again, the pressure applied from Octopi is advantageous to now get them to start collecting clams. They're using their specials. Members of Fairy Lights are kind of in slight trouble, and a barrier has been broken for Octopi to start putting clams in Cactus.
Oh my, I mean, they got it open, they got close to closing that penalty gap, and they're going to try to go in as this Viper does have cooler, and they're going to get a couple more clams in, down to 25. The members of Fairy Lights that are trading with the members of Octopi, it's going to be a 3v1 situation, on the field, as now more members of Octopi go down, but again, they had cooler. And just like that, they're back in no time, ready to keep this action going. And Fairy Lights now multiple power clams and normal clams away from getting anything going. With a minute left on the clock now, Fairy Lights needs to try to find a strong opening here. They don't have a lot of time left. They got to build up their specials. They have bubble ready. The junior is going to get ready to try to go in here with the stripes as they are being popped now to try to open up the climb basket on the side of Octopi, pushing the members of Octopi back to a corner, but no players are going down. The cooler is popped, so they're going to be able to come back quicker. 2, 3 players down on the side of Octopi. Fairy Lights, you have to go, but no, you're being denied. The junior is going to go in and score 1 with 30 seconds left on the clock, but it might not be enough as they're going to go 3 players down.
No, and the players do go down indeed, and with the barrier being broken on Octopi's side, it looks like Fairy Lights really have to get those 3 to 4 C's in and see if they can start collecting. But with the timer going down, it is a lot of pressure Octopi's putting. 1 member down for Fairy Lights, and so with overtime held, members of Fairy Lights are going down here on Cactus, and it looks like the barrier has been broken for them to take the W.
Wow. Incredible job. Calm, cool, collected, confident, and classy. Incredible job. Just taking those 5 C's, putting them to use, and shutting down right off the bat Fairy Light in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, this is a bracket reset that Fairy Lights fought so hard for, but by the looks of it, Octopi is looking to clean this up real quick with game point on the line.
Indeed. I mean, Octopi, even if earlier before the bracket reset they were one man down, they're not showing that. And then even from the very beginning, they didn't show. They did show that they can still apply the pressure and defensive that we've been seeing all night. And so, and now seeing that Octopi is getting those scores. I mean, it seems like maybe they applied the extra fourth C and and maybe some classiness too. I mean, if we're gonna by the way, if the 3Cs was from someone else, do we have the opportunity to add classy and confidence, Cactus?
I mean, I
Hopefully
don't know
it's
where I
not.
heard it from. I got it from someone, but I'm adding more to it. Maybe we'll come up with a sixth one by the end of this tournament.
I'm gonna have a sixth one. What, like clean sweep or something? Or
I
what?
would add it. If they do it, if Octopi does it, the bracket reset clean sweep, we could add it. Calm, cool, collected, classy, and
classy
clean
and
sweep.
That's like the major goal. That's like the epitome of this grand finals. Oh my god.
Incredible. Oh my goodness. I mean, I imagine the reason why we're starting this next game, Zone Tacklefish. Never mind. You know what? Commentator's curse. I need to stop talking. We're going right into game 3. Match point for Octopi. Fairy Lights now has to try to come up with a comeback and a solution here to take this game. And their solution might be Wiper.
Wow, that wiper and that hammer. My goodness. I said this before and I'll say it again. I give props to the people who play wiper.
I can't.
I can't. I'll be honest. Like,
I can't even
I'm
change my
like,
car's windshield wiper. You expect me to use that? You expect me to use it?
I mean, if you can't be able to change your car's clean wiper, I mean, maybe we could ask a little bit of cash. Maybe we'll collab with Shiver or something. You know, that big betrayal that's coming up. I mean, maybe, you know, poor big man, but I'm just gonna say maybe you could get a little cash to change your wiper from little Shiver collab Cactus.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, that diss track did Big Man dirty, just like how Fairy Lights is doing Octopi dirty, holding the zone down, pushing it close to 70, and not letting them cap it, by the way. Such a stronghold, the Wave is gonna pick off one player. Oh, never mind, it's the Wiper, because if you can't beat the Wiper, you gotta join them. And Fairy Lights now trying to apply so much pressure on Octopi here. It's 2 members down on the side of Fairy Lights, but Octopi is still struggling to get the zone cap. They finally get it, and now the points are ticking down for them.
That we do see Octopi now holding on to the zone real well. I mean, we just have, this could be that match Octopi could run home with tonight, but as we're seeing, Fairy Lights did build up some specials here, so let's see how they're gonna apply. But the hammer coming in so nicely, the countdown is going, and the pressure is being applied for Octopi tonight, and I mean, both teams are giving it their all. Fairy Lights really have to come back with those 5 Cs that they need, 60, like this. Now they're actually putting that collective into Mojo here, and so and now they're gonna take the zone as Octopi try to collect themselves as a group.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Fairy Lights was in some dangerous territory there, but they remembered the 3 Cs, calm, cool, collect, go in nice and slow and get the pressure that you need. But it seems they must have quickly forgot them as they go 2 players down right off the bat. Both jumps coming at the same time. The zone's gonna flip over, but it's gonna flip over again because that's just how this game works on this map, I guess. And just like that, the Junior putting in a lot of bomb pressure here to try to hold off the members. They're going to throw 2, pop their bubble in mid to hold more pressure, pop 2 more bombs, and try to get a pick, as they are able to get 1. And that's going to be no Zuka for the side of Octopi. And now Fairy Lights in a good position here to try to get things moving, but they have to play a little bit more aggressive because it's Wiper. They have Hammer ready. They're going to get ready to pop it, but no, they go down with a trade. But they have Cooler, so they keep their Hammer. 2 members down the side of Fairy Lights. We're looking in, pushing here to try to get this. There's going with 3 players down on the side of Octopi. Fairy Lights, you are going and popping off. That is the lead. 15 points up on the clock. The whale is popped. The timer's counting down. They only have Zuko left on the side of Octopi. They are popping it. The counter's down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fairy Lights
Amazing.
not going home yet.
Amazing. They're
It is
not
not over.
going home. It is not over. The 5 T's were applied.
They
I
were
mean,
calm, they were cool, they were collected, they were confident, and they did it classy.
Classy.
They are ready, and they are not going home. This very well could be the start and the lead of a reverse sweep.
It could be Cactus, and what a wonderful game both teams did there. We were able to see that Team Fairy Lights took it all the way to the knockout that they get this point. And so will it be that reverse sweep for them tonight, or will Octopi run home with the W in today's Level Up 3? I mean, Cactus, this is such an incredible grand finals.
You couldn't have asked for, like I said it before, but I just gotta say it again. You could not have asked for a better grand finals for this Level Up number 3, because both these teams are just doing such an excellent job here of showing what they got, what they can do, and the pressure and power they have over these map modes, and the willingness to not give up no matter what the score says. You know, Octopi was able to get that score down to 22, but Fairy Light, the 3 C's, calm, cool, collected, kept it together, and were able to keep that push going. An incredible job done by the 52 player on Fairy Lights, getting that nice triple at the end there that really solidified that extra lead that they needed. And now, as we make our way towards Tower Control Mako Mart, a very tricky combo, because once this tower makes it past that first checkpoint, you are in line for a potential snowball. So I'm excited to see what these players are bringing out. Will Fairy Lights keep the Wiper? Will they change it back up to something different? Let's find out.
Looks like they're
Machine.
keeping that a machine and a wiper for Team Fairy Lights, but we do have that amazing wiper from Lemon there, and look, and I can't believe we're seeing a machine here. I'm very curious how this looks, but one member of Fairy Lights does go down already, and the tower is gonna well, yeah, they're gonna ride the tower there and take that move, make that move. A member of Fairy Lights going back safely to basically collect themselves as a team and play it safe, and it's now up to them to really stop Octopi, as Octopi is going to take this checkpoint nicely here.
Like I mentioned before, that once you get past the first checkpoint, you have room for it to be very snowbally, and we're seeing this now take place for Octopi. As 2 members go down for the side of Fairy Lights, we're getting into some dangerous territory here. We are now at the second checkpoint. The cooler has been popped. You have 3 players dancing around the tower, and the specials are being built. The strikes are coming out for the side of Octopi. We're making our way towards the third checkpoint. It's going to be a trade-off on the field, but 2 players are down for Fairy Lights.
No way.
We are kidding. It's a dangerous territory once more. 2 more players down. The hammer put it stop. The slosher pauses it. 7 points.
The Slosher said no, we can still make this a good game here. I mean, stopping that hammer right there. I mean, if that hammer proceeded, Cactus, I think it would have been a different story.
Oh.
My gosh, we now have members of Fairy Light bringing the tower back to the center, and they're starting to now move it with a member of Octopi going down, and then another 2 members of Fairy Light really afterwards. It's going to now be this almost standstill until both teams can try to come back at it, you know. But now we're seeing that Octopi's members are going down, and the sniper is now going to ride the tower along and just, you know, try to be careful as they now cautiously move to the first checkpoint.
It's about time now that Fairy Lights got their turn with the tower, but the Wiper is rushing this Junior, but the Junior is going to pick off that Wiper quickly, and now Fairy Lights is looking to have their chance at a snowball. They're going to pop the bubble on the tower to try to clear this first path of the checkpoint as they make their way to the second, and now Fairy Lights, they need to try to find some picks here. Unfortunately, they're going to go 1 down. The Blue Bubble comes out, the Machine looks for a pick and is able to get 1. That's a wipeout on the side of Fairy Lights, and now Octopi, with already so much mid-control of paint, they are now just using this time to build their specials and continue this push even further as the hammer is ready on the side of Octopi. It is popped. They're waiting to throw it to try to get a pick here, and they might have thrown it already, but unfortunately did not get nothing came from it, and they are going to go down. 3 players up on the side of Octopi. Fairy Lights 4 members up. 2 members down again. Fairy Lights trying to see if they can make some plays here.
I mean, it looks like their Comco Collective is putting into their moment to actually shine. A Killer Whale coming out, and the pressure applied from Fairy Lights is letting the tower move with one member down. For Octopi, I think that could be advantageous. They now just have to apply this defensive pressure that they need to move, but now a member of Fairy Light is going to have to go down, and this could then be, again, you know, Octopi just trying to get back at what they are holding on to, which is the 7 points. And so here we are with less than 2 minutes. The tower is going to be lost, and it looks like members of Fairy Lights are taking the unfortunate hits and back to spawn moments here, Cactus.
Things are getting scary for Fairy Lights here, and it's so tricky trying to make things move here when you're going against the comp that Octopi is running with Cool Air, because unlike for Fairy Lights, Octopi is able to just be back and ready to go in this fight as soon as possible. The Stamp comes out and gets that pick beautifully done on the 52. The hammer is thrown as 2 players are down on Fairy Lights now. Octopi still holding this presence even though the tower's trying to move back, but this Viper setting up on the stacks, goes for a pick, and then Fourth is going to get the 1, as now it's 3 members down, a minute left on the clock, and we are in some treacherous territory now for Fairy Lights. Octopi, 4 members up, 2 specials ready, specials coming out, tower in their favor. Fairy Lights needs to put some things together.
Right, and so again we're seeing this build up of specials. One member of Fairy Light does go down, and another goes down. 2 go down for Octopi here. So now it comes down to Fairy Lights to take this tower and make some moves. They're gonna have to build a couple specials, but then you have Octopi doing such a great job. Members of Fairy Lights going down in these next 20 seconds here, and this could be a great thing for Octopi. The Viper taking down a member of Fairy Lights. We've been seeing such great plays here. And again, another splat, and it looks to us that members of Fairy Lights are going to have to struggle with the game being going to Octopi tonight for this match.
And with that, 3-1 says the scoreboard. Octopi holds to that tower, and for level up 3, your winners, Octopi. Calm, cool, collected, confident, classy, and congrats for winning level up 3. What an incredible display and play by both of these teams. Octopi being forced to the bracket reset by Fairy Lights, but Fairy Lights unfortunately unable to secure it. Octopi just never backing down at all, never giving up, and keeping this going to win the tournament.
And to that, I say congratulations as well to both teams. They did an amazing job to show that they were able to be here in the grand finals. Octopi, congratulations on this week's Level Up 3. And so with that, as we conclude, you can find me, Chicken Fit, as your Level Up commentator. Go ahead, Glitch Cactus.
Oh, you can find me on all socials at Glitch Cactus, except on Twitch where it's Glitch Cactus 1 because it was taken somehow. Chicken, right? I don't really a lot of people don't. Chicken, it was incredible to commentate with you.
I want to just say ditto. That this was such a great time, the synergy with you tonight, and also. And I don't want to forget everyone who commentated, the staff that continues to do this week by week. Yes. Thank you for this wonderful, incredible level up that we're seeing here. And so definitely, guys, go ahead and follow, the Media Level Up Inc. and as well as the stream. We're going to continue to do what you guys continue to sign up for. Thank you for all the participants tonight. Cactus, this was such a pleasure. Zuma as well. Thank you for just being able to stream this too. And shout outs to everyone. Shout outs to those that helped out tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. Thank you all of the viewers for watching. And with that,
thank you.
Have a fantastic night. And we'll see you for the next Level Up.
Level Up 4.